Chapter 5161. Lin Ling, on the other hand, laughed. He was also testing his own strength in this confrontation, and the result didn't disappoint him. Deity-grade giant universe god? I don't think so. Lin Ling said with disdain in his excitement. Lin Ling, don't talk nonsense. This sentence undoubtedly provoked King Thousand Waves deeply. He was the king of the fifth layer, and being looked down upon by a junior like this, he felt utterly humiliated. With your godly power, you're still not my match. King Thousand Waves means obviously weren't limited to this. At least among the early-stage giant gods, he was one of the best. Hualala! Behind him, a shocking wave surged out, and a huge crocodile appeared. This crocodile was grayish-brown in color, and its back was covered in moss, indicating that it was incomparably old. Its eyes were blood-red, as if they were burning flames. Pung pung pung. It opened its huge mouth and bit down on Lin Ling. That mouth was like a universe, sealing Lin Ling within. King Thousand Waves' godly body has appeared. Looking at this scene, everyone's morale rose. King Thousand Waves could become one of the best among the deities because he had a powerful godly body, the Green Cauldron godly crocodile body. It had existed since the beginning of the universe and the primordial chaos. After countless years, it had cultivated with the essence of the universe and finally transformed into a human. Two huge mouths bit down from the sky and the earth. The sharp, mottled, ancient teeth could crush anything. Lin Ling, if you have the ability, take this move of mine. If you don't, then kneel down and admit defeat. A voice rushed out from the huge crocodile's mouth like a hurricane. King Thousand Waves, you're actually so proud of fighting a saint. You've disgraced your myriad sea clan. If you have the ability, wait until I become a deity before you speak like this. Lin Ling sensed that the great universe was closing in on him, and he immediately laughed. Nonsense. King Thousand Waves felt guilty and became even more furious. Although this move of yours is powerful if you want to ban me, I reckon you're still a little lacking. Lin Ling said again. His majestic voice floated out, causing the three great clans to be silent. Facing the divine body of the Myriad Waves King, Lin Ling was actually so bold. In the entire Dao Pagoda, only Lin Ling dared to do so. Maybe he's trying to show off before he dies. An elder with the cuttlefish bloodline said. His beard was white and long, reaching the ground. It should be. The other gods nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lin Ling gazed at the alligator's mouth in the sky and on the ground. He knew that it would be difficult for him to win by relying on his own strength. Universe 3 Extremes Break. Lin Ling gathered his soul force and attacked. Formless cosmic rays swept out, crisscrossing each other, passing through the huge crocodile's mouth and attacking the soul of the Myriad Waves King. Boom! The Myriad Waves King's soul seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer. If it weren't for his powerful soul force and his divine body, his soul would have been seriously injured. Is this the method you use to kill Taoist Bright Spiral? An angry voice spurted out. The Myriad Waves King was angry because he knew that Lin Ling also had a hidden trump card that hadn't been used. He originally thought that he could rely on his basic strength to trigger Lin Ling's trump card, but the result disappointed him. Bas, 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 bas. His soul kept roaring, causing the Myriad Waves King's mind to go blank. At this moment, the Sword of Faith appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He looked at the alligator's closed mouth and fiercely slashed. The dazzling light in the pitch-black alligator's mouth was like a dazzling comet. Under this sword, the alligator's mouth was cut open. At this moment, in the mountains and rivers outside, countless gods stared at the sky and saw that the huge alligator's mouth was closing. But at this moment, a sword light arrived and cut open the closed mouth. It's Lin Ling. People's voices were solemn. They should have been shocked, but perhaps because Lin Ling had repeatedly fought against those of a higher level, they were somewhat numb. Now, they only wanted to know if Lin Ling could really fight against the Myriad Waves King at full strength. Lin Ling, you want to escape? Dream on. The Myriad Waves King's mind went blank, but he could sense that Lin Ling wanted to escape unscathed, so he once again erupted with power. However, he finally realized how terrifying Lin Ling's world's will was. It could actually cut open his great universe. One had to know that his previous attack didn't only explode with his divine body, but also his great universe. Rumble! The huge alligator's mouth was closing and the Sword of Faith was constantly cutting, but the Myriad Waves King's universe was too powerful. Every time Lin Ling cut it open, the universe would quickly recover. This meant that Lin Ling's sword could cut open the universe, but the Myriad Waves King's universe recovered very quickly. What a powerful universe! Of course, this divine body is also powerful. My sword can't kill it at all. Lin Ling finally tasted the power of a deity-grade universe giant. He said, Myriad Waves King, didn't you always want to know where Bai Yuxing is? He's in my universe. Today, I'll show you my universe. Whether you can take Bai Yuxing away will depend on your ability. Lin Ling mobilized his universe to fight against the huge alligator's mouth. Rumble! With a slash of his sword, the huge alligator's mouth was cut open, and the universe was divided. However, in the blink of an eye, the huge alligator's mouth was once again restored. But at this moment, Lin Ling's universe arrived and attacked the gap. A perfect 6 realms universe. Almost at the same time, the Myriad Waves King sensed Lin Ling's universe and was shocked again. Looking at that universe, it wouldn't be long before it stepped into the ranks of the 5 realms. Xiao! The combination of the Sword of Faith and Lin Ling's universe finally widened the gap. At the same time, a figure rushed out of the huge alligator's mouth and then floated in the distance. It was Lin Ling. With the help of his 3 trump cards, Lin Ling finally received a move from the Myriad Waves King. Pang! The huge mouth of the Myriad Waves King finally closed, sealing off all life forms in the universe. However, he also sensed that Lin Ling had retreated unscathed. Instead, his soul was slightly damaged by the universe 3 extremes break. He stared at Lin Ling with a ferocious look in his eyes. The people from the 3 major godly clans were also looking at Lin Ling with complicated expressions. Lin Ling, an initial stage Saint Giant Universe God, was able to resist a deity-grade universe giant and retreat unscathed. One had to admit that this was a huge miracle. For a moment, the atmosphere froze. Everyone looked at Lin Ling, including the Myriad Waves King. Lin Ling, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over Bai Yuxing, and we'll forget about everything else. The Myriad Waves King knew that if he wanted to capture Lin Ling, he would have to put in a lot of effort, so he compromised. Do you think it's possible? Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Fine, this is your choice. We'll fulfill your wish. The Myriad Waves King didn't intend to rely on himself to fight Lin Ling. He wanted to call on the power of the 3 races. Myriad Waves King, we'll help you. The deity-grade universe giant gods of the 3 races understood. Even if they were shameless, they had to kill Lin Ling here. I, Lin Ling, came from the Xian sect since ancient times and defeated countless enemies. Do you think you can make me compromise by joining forces? Chapter 5162. Lin Ling was no longer the same as before. He was no longer afraid of the combined forces of the 3 great divine races and the King of Myriad Waves. After his strength had broken through, his confidence had also increased. Even though he knew that this battle would definitely not be easy, he was still enjoying this feeling of being able to fight to the fullest. The 12 divine races were the kings of the second half of the Tao Pagoda. Only by stepping over them could one reach the top of the Tao Pagoda and dominate the universe. Come and fight. Let me see how powerful you 3 divine races are. Lin Ling's aura was constantly stimulated. He was like an indomitable giant. The 3 divine races were also adjusting their battle state. They did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling. They knew that many of them would die in this battle. Of course, the final result would be that Lin Ling would be sealed by the 3 divine races. A great battle was about to break out. The gods in the distance were watching this scene. They knew that the 5th level, which had been immersed for many years, had finally ushered in an earth-shattering battle. However, although Lin Ling's strength was very strong, they still believed that Lin Ling would lose this battle. Bang! 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 Suddenly, 3 consecutive explosions rang out. The space under Lin Ling's feet collapsed and the airflow exploded. This was formed by the divine power and physical strength attacking the space. It meant that Lin Ling was ready to attack. Bang! Another explosion. The airflow was like a torrent. Lin Ling disappeared from where he was. The terrifying thing was that he was gliding on the ground like a meteorite. His speed could be seen, but it was difficult to catch up to him. This speed was so terrifying that it could penetrate the universe. Lin Ling, how dare you? A burly god from the mountain push gang rushed out. Under his feet was a huge blood-red rune that was 10 meters wide. He suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a burst of brilliance. Rumble! In mid-air, a huge divine mountain appeared. It was an ice mountain that crashed forward. Behind the divine mountain was the god. He was pushing the mountain, and his appearance happened to be on Lin Ling's path. Obviously, he had seen through Lin Ling's flight path. Swoosh! The tyrannical Song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and a power of 14 trillion was slashed out. The entire divine mountain was slashed apart, but suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the divine mountain recovered. This meant that the god who had attacked was at the level of a giant universe god. Bang! Lin Ling's expression was normal as he punched out again. When his fist hit the divine mountain, he used the momentum to fly back and then rush towards the ground. He swung the sword in his hand viciously, and the sound of firecrackers rang out. A large number of gods were killed. Lin Ling, don't you dare! The god from the Mountain Push faction roared. He knew that Lin Ling wanted to kill the weakest one. The king of myriad waves and the other experts also narrowed their eyes and activated all their techniques. Billowing smoke filled the air as the powerful godly bodies of the gods descended and joined forces to suppress Lin Ling. But in the process, many gods from the 3 great god clans were killed. This made the spectators in the distance shake their heads. Lin Ling wanted to fight to the death. Lin Ling, the host body of the world's will, was chased by Dipankara Buddha when he was in the Tao realm. I didn't expect his strength to increase so much after entering the Tao pagoda. The powerhouses of the Tooth Race were also watching from afar. They had no intention of taking action. The Tao Palace Master shook his head inwardly. The 9 stars of the universe, the 9 great world wills, these were all supernovas. They were also the most qualified to overthrow the rule of the latter half of the Tao pagoda. They were the ones who had reached the peak of the Tao pagoda. They were also the outstanding talents of the later era. In fact, apart from Lin Ling and the other hosts of the world's will, there were also many fierce characters from the 9 stars of the universe. They were like revolutionaries in the latter half of the Tao pagoda, challenging the ancient gods and testing their fates. Father, can Lin Ling win? Beside him, Tao Palace Master Wu Dao's daughter asked. Little Xian, Lin Ling is the host body of the world's will, so he won't die so easily. However, if he wants to win, it will be very difficult. In the end, even if many people from the 3 great god races die, Lin Ling will still be sealed. Tao Palace Master Wu Dao said. His eyes suddenly flashed as he thought of the woman he saw that day. Unless she comes to help. On the other side, several gods from the Rot race were watching with cold expressions. They hoped that Lin Ling would be killed here. Similarly, there were several gods from the Silver Moon race. After all, this was not their territory, so they didn't intervene. Of course, with their strength, they might not be Lin Ling's match. Set up the great universe. At this moment, Thousand Waves King saw Lin Ling brutally killing his clan members. He hurriedly called upon the experts of the other 2 races to set up the great universe. This time, it wasn't the god-level giant universe gods who were setting up the great universe, but all the gods of the 3 races. As long as they had a universe, they would mobilize all of them to seal this part of the world. These god races can actually merge the universe. Lin Ling killed more than 10 gods with one slash of his sword. His soul power also sensed the terrifying ripples of the universe. This universe was too strong. As long as one was within it, their strength would be completely suppressed as if they were controlled by someone. It seemed that the most important thing now was to kill more gods and weaken their universe. Rumble! However, at this moment, a sandstorm blew over from afar. 2 figures walked over from the vast land. Their pace wasn't fast, but they had a powerful aura. Every step they took seemed to trample on the hearts of everyone present. Subconsciously, a large number of people turned around to look. Who is it? Some people swallowed their saliva, feeling incomparably suppressed. To be able to cause such a feeling, it meant that the person who came was incomparably powerful. Moreover, although the speed of these 2 people was not fast, they had a magical power. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of people's eyes and entered the battlefield. The person walking in front was wearing a large cloak. Suddenly, he took off the cloak on his body. It was actually a woman. She stretched out one hand, and a bamboo shoot appeared in her palm. It slowly grew and turned into an emerald green bamboo. At the same time, her figure also grew and became hunchbacked. With a bang, her clothes were torn apart, and white hair grew. Roar! She roared at the sky and gradually turned into a huge white ape. The bamboo in her hand also grew and thickened, turning into a huge green bamboo pillar. Boom! She held the bamboo with both hands and suddenly smashed the sealed world. With a cracking sound, the entire universe was shattered. In the universe, the King of Thousand Waves and the others all looked outside, and their expressions changed drastically. Even Lin Ling frowned. Where did this huge white ape come from? It actually broke the universe with one move. Suddenly, Lin Ling saw an acquaintance. It was the 12-winged young god. At this moment, she was standing in the distance and looking at him excitedly. Lin Ling could not help but look at the white ape. Could it be Senior Sister? On the 5th level, the 12-winged young god did not know anyone other than Senior Sister. Moreover, she was such a powerful expert. Unless it was Jianghu. How did Senior Sister become a white ape? Could this be her divine body? She's so strong. Lin Ling was shocked. All along, Jianghu had given him a very peaceful feeling. Her strength seemed to be on par with Lin Ling's, but Lin Ling always had a thought in his heart. Senior Sister was not as simple as she seemed on the surface. Roar! Chapter 5163. The gods of the 3 godly races couldn't block it at all. Their godly energy was like paper in front of that huge pillar. What was strange was that the white ape wasn't strong, but his godly energy was incomparably huge. You're courting death. Thousand Waves King roared, stepped on the sea, and attacked the white ape. A huge crocodile mouth appeared behind him and bit the white ape. Roar! The white ape roared, and the green bamboo swept past, hitting the crocodile's mouth until it rolled in the air. It was terrifying. What a powerful guy. He can actually fight Thousand Waves King head-on. People were shocked. Even someone as strong as Lin Ling could only take one powerful move from Thousand Waves King, but this mysterious white ape could and even swept the other party away. Evil creature, listen to my voice. A lady from the 9 conch clan floated out, holding a 9 void abalone shell, and blew out a godly sound. Colorful ribbons appeared in the sky, forming a powerful illusory world. Pang pang pang. However, the white ape hammered his chest and roared. The sound waves rushed to the sky and broke through the illusory world. The 9 void abalone shell in the hands of the 9 conch clan lady suddenly cracked and turned into ashes. Wah! Once the 9 void abalone shell broke, the lady immediately spat out blood. She was clearly injured. Most importantly, her strength was at the godly level. 9 void palace lord has also been defeated. People in the distance were all shocked. The remaining people of the 3 godly races also felt that things were not going well. The white ape fought against several godly universe gods and actually had the upper hand. Senior Sister is so strong. When Lin Ling saw the Thousand Waves King being beaten back, he was also shocked. Then he laughed. With Senior Sister's help, Bai Yuxing could be saved safely. After all, he could see that the defeat of the 3 godly races was only a matter of time. Lin Ling, it's not over yet. But at this moment, the 12-winged young god transmitted his voice. It's not over yet? Lin Ling frowned and looked into the distance. He saw rolling dark clouds coming. After careful inspection, he realized that it was dark qi. Another strong one has come. Judging from his strength, he's not weaker than Thousand Waves King. The 5th level is getting more and more lively. Lin Ling didn't expect that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. The battlefield had changed once again. Jianghu, are you admitting defeat by running away? I'm telling you, the battle isn't over yet. Within the dark clouds, a cold voice sounded out. At the same time, a massive eye appeared, sweeping across the land. Countless people's hairs stood on end as if they had been targeted by the underworld god. 9 stars of the universe. Young Master Ming. Lin Ling immediately thought of the battle between his Senior Sister and young Master Ming not long ago. That battle was incomparably intense and lasted for a very long time. He reckoned that after Senior Sister knew about his safety, she immediately gave up the battle and came to help. Once Senior Sister left, young Master Ming naturally followed her. As for young Master Ming, Lin Ling had met him in the 1st level. At that time, young Master Ming was already very strong. Later, because of the arrival of Lin Ling, young Master Ming gave face and let Lin Ling go. My strength is no longer the same as before, but young Master Ming's strength is also increasing. Lin Ling watched quietly. The the flames of war rising in his heart. Young Master Ming was one of the 9 stars of the universe and also a comet in the latter half of the Tao Pagoda. Sooner or later, he and young Master Ming would clash. Now that young Master Ming was so strong, how could Lin Ling lose to him?
It's you.
At this moment, young Master Ming also saw Lin Ling. He suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you ruined my plan in the first level. I haven't gotten my revenge yet. But for Ning Qingxin's sake, I won't kill you. Of course, I will teach you a lesson. Of course, I'll still teach you a lesson. After the voice floated out, the dark clouds turned into a vortex, rolling towards the ground like a tornado, turning into a young man. The young man's face was pale, and he wore a brown robe. His hands were behind his back, and he had an aura of supremacy. All the gods on the 5th level looked at the young man, but no one recognized his origin. After all, if a powerful god passed through the 5th level, most of them wouldn't stay for too long. The destiny of the 5th level couldn't attract them. This time, in addition to the white ape, he saw another powerhouse. The king of 1,000 waves and the others were still fighting the white ape. After seeing the newcomer, they felt lucky that he wasn't here to help. Haha, green bamboo, why is a small crocodile stopping you? This isn't your style. At this moment, young Master Ming looked at the white ape and said calmly, "Roar." The white ape roared, but didn't pay much attention. Young Master Ming didn't want to take advantage of green bamboo. He looked at Lin Ling again. Not bad, in just a few years, you've stepped into the saint level. Haha, I always thought you would die in the first half of the Tao Pagoda. As a senior, I should give you some pointers. Young Master Ming didn't know what Lin Ling had experienced. After all, he had been in the middle of the Tao Pagoda. In addition, he had encountered many powerhouses. How could he pay attention to Lin Ling's strength? I've seen the great god of Spirit Nation. That guy's strength is very strong. He's ranked 3rd among the world's will hosts. You, a junior, are still a little weak. Young Master Ming slowly stretched out his right hand, as if Lin Ling could only make him use one hand. Lin Ling, be careful. This person's underworld reincarnation is very strong. If the god of the underworld is regarded as the god who controls the underworld, then this person controls reincarnation. At this moment, Green Bamboo's voice appeared in Lin Ling's mind. Lin Ling nodded and concentrated. Although he knew that young Master Ming didn't have any hostility toward him, young Master Ming seemed to want to teach him a lesson. In this regard, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't allow himself to be captured without a fight. Thinking of this, Lin Ling said lightly, "Young Master Ming, among the 9 stars of the universe, I've met many people, including the god of the underworld. I don't know who is more powerful, you or the real master of the underworld." Presumptuous. I'm the master of the underworld. She's not the god of the underworld. Young Master Ming suddenly became angry. He didn't seem to get along with the god of the underworld. He said, "Junior, you don't know how to speak. Kneel down." He pointed a finger, and a total of 36 bronze gates appeared in the sky. They turned into reincarnation and suppressed the 8 desolates. My reincarnation, those who haven't died yet are all afraid and controlled. The bronze gates slowly opened, and a powerful aura spread out, causing the gods present to panic. They felt as if they were already dead and were being brought into the bronze gates into the underworld. Impossible, I'm clearly still alive. Many people's faces darkened. Even if they saw through everything in front of them, they still couldn't change their minds. After a person died, everything dissipated. Even gods weren't an exception. After everything dissipated, it meant that their strength no longer existed. Only ghosts were left, and they were controlled by reincarnation. Ah no, I'm still alive. Many people held their heads and knelt on the ground in pain. Sweat poured down like rain. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, young Master Ming laughed heartily. It was as if he was the master of the underworld. Chapter 5164. Young Master Ming was completely stunned when he saw this scene. The bronze gate he had released was a power unique to his star of the universe. It could kill gods in all aspects, including the body, soul, and mind. Although he had not fully mastered this power of the star of the universe, it was enough to affect the giant gods below the god level. However, Lin Ling was fine. Everyone was afraid of death and reincarnation. As long as they were afraid, they would be affected. Why was Lin Ling fine? At this moment, Lin Ling was also stunned. At first, he did feel a mysterious power, but this power was very familiar. It seemed to be the power that was washed away by the underworld after he died. Yes, it was the power after he died. However, Lin Ling had returned from the underworld alive. He was not afraid of this power. He could not understand the fear others felt toward this power. Of course, young Master Ming was one of the 9 stars of the universe after all. He was also someone who could fight with senior sister. He did not dare to underestimate him. Young Master Ming, why don't you attack? Lin Ling frowned and asked. Attack. Young Master Ming, who was in a daze, felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. He had already attacked and used the ultimate move that made him famous. Didn't he see the fear on the others' faces? They had lost the ability to fight. Lin Ling must be doing this on purpose. Lin Ling, I didn't expect someone as insignificant as you to have such power. Don't be so arrogant. Young Master Ming shouted angrily. Hearing this, Lin Ling was a little surprised. He asked, have you already attacked? Why are you so weak? Young Master Ming was speechless. He had no words to refute. He had come arrogantly and looked down on Lin Ling like a senior. In the end, his ultimate move had no effect on Lin Ling. This was a disgrace to the underworld. Rumble. At this moment, Green Bamboo was still fighting with the King of Thousand Waves. When it saw this, it also let out a loud roar with joy and excitement. When young Master Ming heard this, he immediately knew that Green Bamboo was mocking him. The King of Thousand Waves and the others were shocked. They all thought that young Master Ming was going easy on Lin Ling otherwise. With young Master Ming's powerful strength, how could it be ineffective against Lin Ling? At this moment, young Master Ming opened more bronze doors, causing the nearby gods to kneel down. Their bodies went soft as if they had seen death. Green Bamboo stared at Lin Ling again and realized that Lin Ling was indeed not afraid. In the end, he also gave up. Now, young Master Ming's most famous move was ineffective against Lin Ling. Although he could rely on his powerful divine energy to defeat Lin Ling, he could not bring himself to do so. After thinking for a while, young Master Ming looked at White Ape who was still fighting and said coldly, Green Bamboo, our battle is not over yet. I will wait for you to come and find me. After saying this, young Master Ming took a big step and disappeared on the spot. He's gone. Looking at young Master Ming, who was supposed to be his helper but failed to gain any advantage against Lin Ling, the people from the 3 major celestial races turned pale. Once young Master Ming left, they would be in trouble. Sure enough, Lin Ling looked at the 3 major celestial races with his cold eyes. The tyrannical Song sword appeared in his hand, and he attacked crazily. Lin Ling, how dare you! The King of Thousand Waves was suppressed by Green Bamboo and could only watch as Lin Ling slaughtered the people from the 3 major celestial races. Lin Ling, do you really want to offend the 12 major celestial races? An elder from the Mountain Push Party said angrily. What a joke! Do you think that I haven't offended many celestial races? The Silver Moon race, the Rotten race, and the 3 major celestial races are nothing. Lin Ling took people's lives with his sword. Gradually more and more gods fell. The 3 major celestial races that dominated the 5th level had their numbers dwindling continuously. The distant gods shook their heads inwardly as they watched this scene. The 4 major celestial races dominated the 5th level, but today, only the Tooth race was left. Especially Taoist Palace Master. He had never thought that there would only be 1 celestial race left in the 5th level. He had never thought that with just Lin Ling and that mysterious woman, the 3 major celestial races would be annihilated. Especially that mysterious woman. She was so strong that she could fight against several deity-level giant cosmos gods without losing. That mysterious woman and Lin Ling were 2 ferocious people that couldn't be provoked. I'm so angry. The King of Thousand Waves was beaten until he was forced to retreat, but his life force was strong and he didn't die. It was only when the giant cosmos gods of the other 2 races were killed that the King of Thousand Waves finally decided to retreat. Lin Ling, we, the myriad sea race, must avenge this debt. After having one of his tails broken by the White Ape, the King of Thousand Waves turned into rolling seawater and surged into the distance, gradually disappearing without a trace. The White Ape didn't chase after him. Instead, he pounced on the remnants and wiped them all out. Finally, he began to recover his body and walked toward Lin Ling. Junior brother. Jianghu called out with a smile. After wiping out the remaining celestial races, Lin Ling happily walked toward his senior sister. Without her help, Lin Ling wouldn't have died, but he would have been in a difficult situation. Junior brother, congratulations on your breakthrough. From now on, this Dao Pagoda has another powerful saint. Jianghu sized up Lin Ling and was happy for Lin Ling. She then asked, "Where's Bai Yusheng?" "He's recuperating in my universe. Come, let's find a quiet place for the couple to reunite," Lin Ling said with a smile. He called out to the 12-winged Yang god in the distance and left. After a long time, Lin Ling and the other two appeared in a relatively remote, empty city. They were still in a happy mood. After all, they had now completed the task given by their master. At the same time, Bai Yusheng's woman was also released by the 12-winged Yang god, and so was Bai Yusheng. Lin Ling found a relatively quiet manner and let them stay here. Thank you, thank you." Bai Yusheng's woman constantly thanked Lin Ling and the others. Although she didn't know Lin Ling, it was a great favor for reuniting them. "Take good care of him." Lin Ling didn't say much and left the manor. This small city doesn't have any luck, so there aren't many celestial races here. Let's rest here for the time being. Jianghu checked the small city and then said to Lin Ling with ease. In the following days, the three of them continued to familiarize themselves with the small city. In the end, when they saw that there were no powerful beings, they gradually relaxed their vigilance. They didn't leave. First, they waited for Bai Yusheng to recover. Second, they used the luck unique to the 5th level to cultivate. During this period, the 12-winged Yang god repeatedly participated in the fate martial meetings. His strength had improved greatly, and he now had 16 wings. Although Lin Ling also participated in the fate martial meetings, because his realm had reached the early stage of the Saint realm, the luck he obtained was getting less and less. After several years of participating in the fate martial meetings, Lin Ling finally returned to the small city. He looked around and found that the small city was more lively than the last time he was here. After checking, Lin Ling found that there was primordial energy flowing under the small city. It seemed to be giving birth to luck. Chapter 5165. My cultivation level is gradually stabilizing. My divine power and fleshly body's strength have both increased slightly. Lin Ling walked casually in the small city. To his surprise, he did not sense the presence of his senior sister. He guessed that she had temporarily left for some reason. Then, Lin Ling checked on Bai Yusheng and found that his woman was not in the city. However, Lin Ling was used to it. Because in the past few years, while waiting for Bai Yusheng to wake up, his woman often left to participate in the Destiny martial meet. It seemed that she wanted to increase her strength and protect Bai Yusheng. Now, she probably went to participate in the Destiny martial meet. Hey! It's her! Walking casually, Lin Ling suddenly found an acquaintance and said in surprise, "Why is she on the 5th floor?" In her eyes, a group of young men and women were walking along the small city, talking and laughing. They looked very happy. The strength of this group of people was extremely good, and compared to the gods of the Dao Tower, they lacked a bit of bloodthirsty killing intent. Lin Ling instantly guessed that they were probably from the Chaos Realm. After all, the gods of the Chaos Realm were stronger, but because there were powerful sovereigns guarding above their heads, the killing was much less than in the Dao Tower. Of course, this was secondary. The main thing was that Lin Ling knew one of the girls. She was Feng Moyang, who had saved Lin Ling in the Chaos Realm. Lin Ling knew that Feng Moyang and the others would enter the Dao Tower sooner or later, but he did not expect it to be so early. Moreover, their strength was indeed amazing. They had entered the 5th floor in a short period of time. One had to know that every time Lin Ling and the others went through a level, they would experience a lot of life and death battles. I really envy these gods from the Chaos Realm. Lin Ling secretly laughed. With great strength, one could smoothly move forward. Of course, the advantage was that it was convenient. The disadvantage was that it lacked twists and turns, and the foundation was not solid. This was extremely disadvantageous for the later half of the Dao Tower. While thinking, Lin Ling walked towards Feng Moyang. After all, they knew each other, so Lin Ling wanted to greet them. This Dao Tower is not as terrifying as I imagined. It's very simple. Haha, senior brother Yu is still the best. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to proceed so smoothly. Of course, with senior brother Yu's strength, he is now qualified to enter the 8th floor of the Dao Tower. He is protecting us because we are all from the chaotic realm. Before he even got close, he could hear waves of joyous voices drifting over. These young men and women were looking at a young man with adoration. That young man was wearing a jade-green robe. He was as handsome as jade and was very powerful. Junior Sister Feng, your master can be considered half of my martial uncle. Therefore, in this Dao pagoda, no matter what, I will protect you. The young man enjoyed the flattery of his junior brothers and then looked at a young girl and said. The girl was very beautiful. Although she wasn't tall, she gave off a petite and dainty feeling. Most importantly, she had a pure and holy aura. And she was Feng Moyang. However, Feng Moyang's reaction towards the youth's greeting was very calm. He smiled and said, Thank you, senior apprentice brother Yu. In fact, she wanted to roam alone. After all, her master had said that although the descendants of the 8 great god generations were very strong and talented, they were too weak in actual combat. They were gods who grew up under the halo of the sect. Although the sect often let them gain experience and arranged for them to explore all kinds of dangerous secret realms, but the danger of the Dao Tower was still incomparable. Now that senior apprentice brother Yu had volunteered to protect them, it undoubtedly made them lack the training of life and death battles. Hey, it's you! Suddenly, Feng Moyang saw the white-haired youth walking over and his heart suddenly exploded. Junior Sister Feng, you know him? The surrounding people were also shocked. These gods from the chaotic realm generally didn't know the gods of the Dao Tower. Even if they did, they would be existences of Mount Tai and Northern Dipper. That white-haired youth was obviously not an existence of Mount Tai and Northern Dipper. Who is this person? Junior Sister Feng actually knows him? Senior apprentice brother Yu also frowned. Feng Moyang, I didn't expect to meet you here. The person who walked over was Lin Ling. He smiled and said, How are you? Good. Feng Moyang smiled and nodded. There was a sentence in her heart that she didn't say. She came for Lin Ling because she felt that she owed Lin Ling an apology. In fact, on the 3rd and 4th floor, she had heard of Lin Ling's name. It was because of this that she rushed to the 5th floor. However, when she saw Lin Ling with her own eyes, she couldn't say the apology in her heart. She didn't know why. Junior Sister Feng. Who is he? Master said that the gods of the Dao Tower are very cunning. Be careful not to be deceived. The young men and women on the side chattered. Unfortunately, Feng Moyang didn't listen to a single word. Don't talk nonsense. This is Lin Ling, Feng Moyang's former husband in the chaotic realm. A few of the girls were from the same sect as Feng Moyang and naturally recognized Lin Ling. Junior Sister Feng's husband? Everyone exclaimed. That senior brother Yu's pupils constricted. He heard that someone had proposed marriage to Feng Moyang. It was Hua Zhichu. This person was not only powerful, he also had a strong backing. It was just that he was interrupted by a brat midway. He didn't expect it to be this person in front of him. He couldn't help but size up Lin Ling. He discovered that Lin Ling was only a Saint Universe giant god. With such strength, how could he be worthy of Feng Moyang? Could it be that there was some secret behind his marriage with Feng Moyang? Senior brother Yu kept thinking. He was clear that Feng Moyang's origin was extraordinary. She was from one of the 8 great god clans and was no small matter. And when Feng Moyang heard the conversation of her senior brothers, her small face blushed. She was so shy that she didn't dare to face anyone. After all, these senior brothers were all saying that Lin Ling was her husband. Everyone, don't misunderstand. I have already dissolved my relationship with Feng Moyang. We are just friends. Lin Ling took the initiative to explain. After all, ever since he left the chaotic realm, he had cut off his relationship with Feng Moyang. Ah, there's such a thing? It was clear that this was the first time the others heard of it. Feng Moyang was so angry that she stomped her feet. This Lin Ling was completely unaware that she came for Lin Ling. That's right, I have already dissolved my relationship with him. However, since Lin Ling had said so, Feng Moyang naturally didn't want to thicken her skin and continue pestering him. She was ultimately a girl and had her reservations. What's going on? Why did they dissolve their marriage without any reason? Could it be that this Lin Ling has some unspeakable secret? Feng Moyang's senior brothers were all suspicious. Feng Moyang's status and character were both not bad. Ordinary men who could get her would be eager to spend their entire lives together with her. Who would be willing to give her up? It must be that Feng Moyang didn't want Lin Ling anymore. And the reason was that Lin Ling's character was definitely very bad. I reckon this Lin Ling isn't some good person. He must have some motives for getting close to junior sister Feng. That senior brother Yu suddenly laughed. Chapter 5166. After Lin Ling left the Chaos Realm, he did not intend to explain anything. Moreover, back then in the Chaos Realm, Feng Moyang had always misunderstood him, so it was not a big deal. Unfortunately, he did not know that Feng Moyang already knew everything. That's right, Lin Ling is a villain. But at this time, a deep voice suddenly sounded. A figure walked over from the front. It was Bai Yuxing. When Bai Yuxing saw Lin Ling, his expression was extremely cold and even filled with disgust. He had just woken up and did not know what had happened. He only remembered that Lin Ling had also joined the Nine Conch clan and was one of the members who had annihilated him. In the end, he and Lin Ling were friends. However, Lin Ling had betrayed him. This made him hate Lin Ling to the extreme. Sir, what do you mean by this? Seeing Bai Yuxing walk over, Senior Brother Yu immediately asked curiously. Senior Brother Yu's name was Spiritual Master Yu Lin, and he came from Kunlun's Jade Clear territory. This was one of the deities of the Primal Chaos Realm, and he was born in the Primal Chaos Realm. He had never experienced any great calamity of the will of the world, and was a deity of the later generation. Even so, he was born in the most powerful god generation, so his cultivation speed was very fast. Therefore, deep in his heart, he had always looked down on the gods of the Tao Pagoda. He believed that those who came from the Chaos Realm were the true gods. The gods of the Tao realm were just third-rate, those with impure bloodline. And he was clear about Feng Moyang's origin. She was also a descendant of the god generation. Most importantly, such a noble goddess was actually related to a Tao realm god. He naturally felt uncomfortable. It must be a misunderstanding. It's not like that, Feng Moyang suddenly said. Originally, she was in a good mood when she saw Lin Ling again. However, Lin Ling's cold attitude made her very unhappy. He stared at her as if he was looking at a stranger. Therefore, she did not speak up for Lin Ling before. But in the end, she still knew that Lin Ling was not such a person. She owed Lin Ling an apology. In any case, she felt that other than herself, no one was allowed to talk about Lin Ling. Junior sister Feng? Senior apprentice brother Yu looked at Feng Moyang in surprise. Feng Moyang took the initiative to defend this man? Junior martial sister Feng, don't be deceived by these filthy gods. People who are not from the primal chaos realm are not arrogant. Their blood is filthy. Senior martial brother Yu frowned. Hearing this, Lin Ling's face darkened. He had seen Feng Moyang's friend before, so he had greeted him. But this person's words were very rude. No. Feng Moyang continued to explain. Junior sister Feng, listen to senior brother Yu. He has been in the Tao Pagoda for a long time and knows that the gods of this Tao Pagoda are mostly sewer rats. They are indeed filthy. That's right. You see, he's only an early-stage Saint Cosmos giant god, so he's definitely not very strong. For the sake of obtaining more treasures, he's naturally deceiving others. In any case, I feel that the gods of the Tao Tower, because of their humble origins, don't have good temperaments. The gods of the primal chaos realm, on the other hand, are mostly clean, noble, and won't do anything unsightly. The others also spoke one after another, staring at Lin Ling with eyes full of disdain. Feng Moyang suddenly became anxious, but it was useless to explain. Seeing that she was young, they all thought that she was inexperienced and had been deceived by Lin Ling. The senior martial sisters who came with Feng Moyang were also defending Lin Ling, but no one listened to them. Your Excellency, it's better for you to say it. Senior martial brother Yu looked at Lin Ling with disdain and said to Bai Yuxing. Since their words were not persuasive, it was best for this god to speak. Bai Yuxing still looked at Lin Ling, his heart somewhat unable to bear it. After all, he and Lin Ling could be considered to have known each other for a while, and they had a good temper. But thinking of the battle in Volcanic Mountain City, when countless gods besieged him, he could only see the woman he loved the most. No more. At this moment, his heart was also cold. In his opinion, among those who besieged him, there must be Lin Ling. Of course, he did not think too much about why he appeared here. After all, he had just woken up and was walking around casually, And then he saw Lin Ling. I hit it off with him at first sight, and we are friends. Bai Yuxing looked coldly at Lin Ling and vented his dissatisfaction and anger towards the three god clans on Lin Ling, as if Lin Ling was their accomplice, and also a member of the three god clans. I thought that he was my only friend in the Dao Pagoda, and our friendship would last forever. Unfortunately, treasures move people's hearts. No matter how good a friendship is, it will capsize under benefits. When I was besieged, not only did he not help me, but he also joined the enemy. Instead, you joined the enemy's camp. Lin Ling, let me ask you, did you join the Nine Conch clan? Bai Yuxing spoke louder and louder, and Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, not saying a word. How despicable! This strength of a saint giant universe god is probably obtained by betraying his friends. I really want to teach him a lesson. Isn't that so? What a pity. Even if he is a saint giant universe god, so what? He is no match for us at all. His strength increased by despicable means is indeed not strong enough. He is asking you a question. Answer. The gods around mocked and ridiculed Lin Ling, completely looking down on him. It was as if they were looking at a swindler. No matter how much he deceived and how much his strength increased, he was still a swindler, and his strength was still so weak. Lin Ling ignored them and still looked at Bai Yuxing. Finally, he nodded. Yes, I did join the Nine Conch clan. Bai Yuxing felt a chill in his heart. Although he saw Lin Ling join the Nine Conch clan, he wanted to hear Lin Ling say that he was seeing things, and that Lin Ling did not join the Nine Conch clan at all. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's answer shattered the beautiful illusion in his heart. Lin Ling had indeed betrayed him. Lin Ling, you are very good. Bai Yuxing laughed miserably. It was rare to meet a like-minded friend, but in the end, it was like this. It seemed that he could not have friends at all. Your Excellency, are you saying that he was originally your friend, but because he coveted your treasures, he attacked you with others and besieged you? Senior brother Yu sneered and asked. Then, seeing Bai Yuxing nod, he laughed and said, Junior sister Feng, did you see that? This person came from the Dao Tower, and his character is so dirty. You have to be a good judge of character. No, he is not that kind of person. Feng Moyang shook her head anxiously. She had once misunderstood Lin Ling, but this time, she would not believe that Lin Ling was that kind of person even if she was beaten to death. Of course, it was useless for her to believe. She was most afraid that Lin Ling had misunderstood her. Junior sister Feng, you're too kind. You don't know how difficult the Dao Pagoda is. In order to become stronger, the gods here will use any means. Killing people, stealing treasures, cheating, and kidnapping. He walked together with you because he coveted your treasures. Really? What a pity. Dirty is still dirty. He doesn't know that he has to rely on himself to increase his strength. He relied on improper means, and his heart of eternity was also affected. Now, he is only an early-stage Saint Universe giant god. This is the proof. Chapter 5167. The others were also disdainful, as though they were gods looking down on rats in the sewers. Bai Yuxing couldn't bear to hear those harsh words. However, when he thought about what had happened to him, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. If he didn't know Lin Ling and Lin Ling attacked him, he wouldn't be so resentful. But he really treated Lin Ling as a close friend. He couldn't accept being betrayed by a close friend. Lin Ling, quickly tell them that this is a misunderstanding. Feng Mo Yang felt heartache for Lin Ling. Those words were like daggers stabbing into her heart, making her anxious. However, Lin Ling's expression was very calm. He glanced at all the ugly faces. Strangely, he couldn't feel any anger. First, these people were Feng Mo Yang's friends. Second, these people were only late-stage Saint Universe gods. They were like ants. Who would care about being pointed at by ants? Lin Ling had fought 3 godly races. Other than deity universe gods, who could enter his eyes? Of course, although he didn't care, he was still impatient. Finally, his gaze fell on Bai Yuxing and he sighed. He didn't expect Bai Yuxing to misunderstand him. He wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, he let it go. He had received a request from his teacher to help Bai Yuxing once, and this request had been completed. Perhaps when they met again in the future, Bai Yuxing would already be his teacher's disciple. By then, any misunderstanding would have been cleared. And if Bai Yusheng wasn't qualified to be his teacher's disciple, then he might not see Bai Yusheng again in his life. Since that was the case, a misunderstanding was a misunderstanding. I have nothing to say, Feng Emoyang. This Dao pagoda isn't easy to walk on. Be careful. I'm leaving. Lin Ling turned and left. Senior sister and the 12-winged young god weren't in the town, and Bai Yusheng had already woken up. There was no point in staying. Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling turn and leave, Feng Emoyang felt her heart break. The apology she suppressed in her heart couldn't be spoken for a long time. She knew that she had once again hurt Lin Ling's heart. Unfortunately, she was completely unaware that Lin Ling didn't care about all of this at all. Just like when he was in the chaos dimension all those years ago, he didn't care even if everyone misunderstood him. After all, they'd only met by chance. Feng Moyang wanted to chase after Lin Ling so that Lin Ling wouldn't leave, but in the end, she couldn't take a single step. This was because she didn't know what identity she should use to keep Lin Ling. After all, they were no longer husband and wife. You think you can leave just like that, you filthy rat? Senior apprentice brother Yu frowned. Originally, he wanted to see Lin Ling beg for mercy, or even smile apologetically, but Lin Ling's reaction was too calm, as if they were a group of children. Children playing around, why would an adult care? This feeling made him very uncomfortable. What right did a god with an impure bloodline have to pretend to be arrogant? Senior brother Yu. The other people's faces also darkened. They all sensed Lin Ling's mood. Stay here for me. Senior apprentice brother Yu took a step forward, exploding with a powerful aura that suppressed Lin Ling. He was a late-stage Saint Giant Cosmos god and came from the primal chaos dimension's deity generation. He believed that he could easily crush a small god in the Dao Tower. Not to mention other things, even though he didn't kill crazily during his cultivation in the deity generation, his strength had increased tremendously. He's only an early-stage Saint Giant Cosmos god. His realm is definitely unstable, and his strength is exaggerated. How can he be a match for Senior Apprentice Brother Yu? Senior Apprentice Brother Yu is an invincible existence among the Saint Giant Cosmos gods. Seeing Senior Apprentice Brother Yu make a move, the others were delighted, looking forward to the scene of Lin Ling kneeling down. Lin Ling, be careful. Feng Moyang anxiously shouted because she knew how powerful Senior Apprentice Brother Yu was. Scram! In front, Lin Ling was still moving forward. He didn't even look back, but his soft words were like the might of the heavens. A powerful aura, mixed with soul energy, fleshly body energy, and deity energy, rushed towards Senior Apprentice Brother Yu. Senior Apprentice Brother Yu only took one step forward, and when he took the second step, it was as if he was suppressed by an endless mountain, making it difficult for him to take another step forward. Cold sweat poured down his back. In a short moment, he felt as if he had been fighting for several centuries. This feeling was as if he was fighting against a deity giant cosmos god. How is this possible? He let out a low shout, and his whole body trembled as if he had a fever. With a bang, he fell to the ground and was still trembling. It was an extremely comical scene. The scene suddenly became deathly silent. With just one word, a noble god from the primal chaos dimension was smashed to the ground. This was too fast. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, especially Senior Apprentice Brother Yu. He was sweating like rain, and it was as if he had walked a circle around the cliff of death. At this moment, he finally knew how strong Lin Ling was. Ironically, he had previously thought that Lin Ling was a rat in the sewers. His strength was dirty, and his realm was exaggerated. But now, it seemed that he was even worse than a rat in the sewers. He could only be called a cockroach. Lin Ling gradually walked further and further away, leaving a group of people looking at each other in dismay. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. Yusheng, you're awake. On the road behind him, a beautiful woman was walking quickly, her face full of surprise. When Bai Yusheng heard the familiar voice, his whole body trembled. He slowly turned around, and then saw the figure of his dreams. He suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Hey, Hang Yi! His voice was trembling, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Why would Hang Yi appear here? Wasn't she captured by the 3 deity clans? Subconsciously, Bai Yusheng rushed over and hugged the woman in white, afraid that everything was an illusion and would disappear at any time. The woman in white was also very happy. She hugged Bai Yusheng, as if she was afraid of losing him again. You're finally awake. Hengyi, why are you here? Also, why am I here? Where are the three deity clans? What's going on? Don't worry. I know you have a lot of mysteries in your heart. I'll tell you. By the way, have you seen Lin Ling and the rest? Lin Ling, you know Lin Ling? I saw him. I chased him away. The two of them hugged and talked. However, after Bai Yuxing finished speaking, Hang Yi's expression changed. She looked at Bai Yuxing and frowned. You chased Lin Ling away? Why? Humph, that despicable person is my friend on the surface, but in fact, he's a lackey of the three deity clans. When I was in Volcanic Mountain City, I saw him join the Nine Conch clan. He must have wanted to destroy me. At that time, I was kind, so I didn't fall out with him. However, ever since I was surrounded by countless gods, I've completely thought it through. In this universe, there are no principles at all. There are only benefits. So I chided him fiercely before. It was very satisfying. Bai Yuxing laughed excitedly. Thinking of what had happened before, he still felt dripping with joy. However, he did not see that Hang Yi, who was in front of him, trembled and her face darkened. She gritted her teeth and finally slapped Bai Yuxing hard on the face. You fool. Chapter 5168. Hang Yi, what do you mean by this? Bai Yuxing caressed his cheek in disbelief. The woman he loved the most had slapped him? She had slapped him for Lin Ling? Bai Yuxing, I always thought that you were a man. I didn't expect you to be so muddle-headed. Have you ever thought about why you're here? Why am I here? Why are you safe and sound after being chased by the three great celestial tribes? Heng Yi said coldly. Bai Yuxing frowned. He had always been puzzled by this question. It's Lin Ling. Heng Yi said again. You said that Lin Ling betrayed you. Do you know that when we were captured by the three great celestial tribes, Lin Ling secretly saved us? He even gave up his life and was surrounded in the volcanic mountain city. In the end, he faced the three great celestial tribes. What? Bai Yuxing exploded. Feng Moyang's body trembled. Lin Ling did not betray that man? In that battle, Lin Ling fought the three great celestial tribes and almost died. In the end, he survived with the help of senior sister Jianghu. Bai Yuxing, before you mock others, have you ever thought that they were just strangers who were willing to risk their lives for you? Do you have the cheek to mock others? We were able to reunite because of Lin Ling's help. We were able to escape from the 5th level because of Lin Ling. Lin Ling and senior sister Jianghu killed all the three great celestial tribes on the 5th level. Heng Yi said through gritted teeth. At the end of her sentence, she was so emotional that her eyes were wet. Bai Yuxing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Lin Ling was his benefactor who had saved him and allowed him to reunite with his wife. As for him, not only did he not thank Lin Ling, he even hit Lin Ling when he was down. Slap, slap, slap. Thinking of this, he gave himself 3 hard slaps. He was not human. Quick, find Lin Ling and apologize. Brother Lin Ling is not a petty person. He will definitely forgive you. Heng Yi hurriedly said. Bai Yuxing was moved to tears. It turned out that this ruthless universe had friends and people with principles. He was wrong. He quickly brought Heng Yi to look for Lin Ling. And when Feng Moyang witnessed this scene with her own eyes, she also couldn't hold it in any longer. She no longer paid attention to her fellow disciples and went to find Lin Ling. The remaining people were all silent. After learning about Bai Yuxing's situation, they felt extremely filthy and inferior to Lin Ling's nobility. On the other side, Lin Ling was walking alone. He didn't care about what had happened before. On the contrary, he was informing the 12-winged Yang God and senior sister Jianghu. Lin Ling, you're back. The first to respond to Lin Ling was the 12-winged Yang God. They had agreed on a place to meet, but when they were waiting for senior sister Jianghu, she seemed to have been delayed by something. Lin Ling and Feng Moyang were both very puzzled. They didn't know what had happened to senior sister. They hurried to where senior sister was. After a long time, at the bottom of a magnificent mountain, powerful forces collided. Sand and stones flew everywhere. 2 figures collided in a huge light shield. One of them was Jianghu, and the other was an acquaintance. It was young Master Ming. Their previous battle had been interrupted. Now that they met again, naturally, neither of them was willing to admit defeat. How long have they been fighting? It seems that it has been a long time. The 12-winged young god said with a frown. It seems that they have to decide who is better, but I have a feeling that neither of them has used their trump cards. Lin Ling said. The two of them just watched quietly like this. After an unknown amount of time, a loud laugh sounded out, as expected of Jianghu. This strength is only stronger than mine, not weaker. Young Master Ming, you are also very good. A crisp voice came out of Jianghu's mouth. How about this? The battle between us probably won't be decided for more than 10 years. This battle will stop for the time being. Young Master Ming said lightly, then looked at Jianghu. Jianghu also noticed the arrival of Lin Ling and Feng Moyang, and finally nodded. The two of them looked at each other and counted. When the third time was over, they withdrew their power at the same time and retreated at the same time. After all, their power was too strong. If one of them didn't withdraw their power, the other would definitely be injured. The reason why Jianghu dared to withdraw her power was mainly because Lin Ling and Feng Moyang were here. No matter what happened, Lin Ling and Feng Moyang would take care of her. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, we meet again. After young Master Ming retreated, he looked at Lin Ling and laughed. Young Master Ming. Lin Ling greeted him. I see that the three of you are quite strong. Are you interested in going to the 6th level? The 6th level is the world of the gods. Ordinary gods can't go there easily. I know of a place with treasures, but it has been occupied by the gods. If the four of us join forces, we might be able to get a share. Young Master Ming suddenly laughed. Lin Ling and the others looked at each other and analyzed the authenticity of this news. After all, young Master Ming's origin was mysterious, and they didn't see him often. It was normal to be cautious. Don't worry. I, young Master Ming, have many opponents. I don't need to fight with you. Moreover, not everyone can be invited by me. At least you have to have a certain level of strength. One of you is a powerful god from the Chaos Realm. One of you is the host of the will of the world, and the other is the outstanding talent of the Sun God race. You have all met my requirements. Young Master Ming laughed. What treasure is it? Jianghu asked. The 6th level has 18 dragon mountains. There are dragon stones that are not weaker than chaos stones. This kind of treasure is rarer than fate. It is very suitable for us to cultivate. You should also know that the fate on the 5th level has a limit. If you refine too much of it, the fate will disappear. The effect will be weaker each time. If you want to increase your strength again, you can only rely on something more precious than fate. Young Master Ming said. Lin Ling, what do you think? Jianghu immediately looked at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling pondered. He felt that young Master Ming was right. Now that they were on par with their opponents on the 5th level, fate wouldn't be of much help. It was better to move forward. Okay, we agree. Jianghu nodded. I knew you would agree. After all, you are not like ordinary gods. Ordinary gods will only stick to the rules and think that staying on the safer 5th level will slowly increase their strength. They have no idea that in the higher levels of the Dao Tower, their strength will increase faster. After a long time, the gap between them and others will be bigger. Young Master Ming laughed. Wait, I have a few friends coming. Let's wait for them. Lin Ling suddenly realized something and immediately suggested. That's fine, but they must be very strong. If they are too weak, they will only be a burden. I will make it clear in advance. I will not forgive anyone who spoils everyone's good things. Young Master Ming was still laughing, but his voice had a touch of coldness. Chapter 5169. After a long time, several figures flew over. The one in the lead was Lei Gong. Behind him were Little Luan, Longyang, Taoist Master of Many Treasures, and of course, Yellow Emperor and the others were also present. Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling, they were all delighted. Since entering the 5th floor, they had been communicating with Lin Ling, and now they finally met. Not bad, your strength has greatly increased. Lin Ling looked at them happily. He could feel the changes in their strength. Among them, Lei Gong and the others improved the most. After all, they were the hosts of the will of the world, followed by Yellow Emperor and the others. The 5th floor has a destiny martial competition. Anyone below the late stage of the universe giant god Saint Realm can participate. You can get a lot of destiny. Go and participate. We'll wait for you here. When you return, we'll go to the 6th floor together. Lin Ling explained his purpose and then roughly explained the characteristics of the Destiny Martial competition. There's such a thing? They were all very curious. After chatting with Lin Ling for a while, they all left to participate in the Destiny Martial competition. Lin Ling watched them leave. He knew that after the Destiny Martial competition, everyone's strength would increase again. Waiting is so boring. I hope they can hurry up. Young Master Ming had seen that Lei Gong and the others were not weak, so he tacitly agreed to their participation. However, waiting was boring, so he let Lin Ling walk around casually. And Lin Ling was very surprised that young Master Ming would call him. He did not hesitate and walked with young Master Ming. They walked along the mountain range casually and chatted casually. Lin Ling, I didn't expect your strength to increase so much after meeting on the first floor. Now, the 3 godly clans on the 5th floor have been destroyed by you. In the second half of the Dao Pagoda, you finally have some fame. Young Master said vaguely with a blade of grass in his mouth. Isn't every floor of the Dao Pagoda sealed? How did they know? Lin Ling asked. The second half of the Dao Pagoda is actually another world, a world at the pinnacle of the universe, so there is a way to obtain all kinds of information. For example, which race is rising, which rising star is dominating a region, all the major god races and gods will know. Now that you've destroyed the 3 great god clans on the 5th floor, you've already entered the eyes of the myriad sea race. Killing you is inevitable. Of course, there are many comet-like gods like you in the second half of the Dao Tower, so they're only paying a little attention to you. Their main attention is not on you. Young Master Ming said with a smile. Is the second half of the Dao Pagoda so crazy? Lin Ling looked at the sky. He suddenly felt very curious about what was beyond the 5th layer. Of course, the closer you get to the end, the crazier the battle will be. Now, there are a large number of gods on the 6th floor. The 8th floor is estimated to be the core battlefield of all the gods. As for the 9th floor, no one has entered yet. Young Master Ming explained, this Dao Pagoda represents the chaotic realm of the universe. Its degree of mystery is beyond imagination. It is said that the hardships encountered on the 8th or 7th floor are beyond imagination. There is even a return to the beginning, which is to return to the deepest memory of your life, and then go through thousands of tribulations. Otherwise, why do you think no one has reached the end of the Dao Pagoda for so many years? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. The 9th floor of the Dao Pagoda was really difficult. You can be considered to have entered later, but you've already reached the 5th floor. You should know that many gods are still lingering before the 5th floor. Moreover, a large number of gods have begun to enter the Dao Pagoda from the chaotic realm. When the time comes, the competition will be even more intense. Young Master said again. Why are you telling me this? We are obviously destined opponents. You reminded me that in the future, we will fight sooner or later. Lin Ling suddenly frowned. Ha ha. Young Master Ming stopped and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Although we are destined opponents, I have more opponents. There are many people who are stronger than you. Now, you can't threaten me. Taking a step back, you can really threaten me, but your main target will not be me. Dip Ankara Buddha, Tong Tian, they are your number 1 enemies. And I am the same. I also have my number 1 enemy among the 9 stars of the universe. Ling suddenly understood. I see. But, if I'm not wrong, one of your number 1 enemies must be the underworld god. Yes, have you seen him? It's a pity that I've never met him. I've only fought against his power. After all, he hadn't really awakened at that time. Lin Ling, I've warned you before. Now, tell me what you know. It's fair. Young Master Ming spat out the grass in his mouth and looked at Lin Ling with burning eyes. Lin Ling instantly realized that young Master Ming cared a lot about the underworld god. Perhaps they were the real enemies. I don't know much about her. I only know that she is very strong, and she is a woman. Lin Ling said. Underworld god asked. Young Master Ming's pupils shrank. It was the first time he heard this news. He asked solemnly, if you and I join forces, will we be her opponent? According to my intuition, 10 of you and I together may not be her opponent. Lin Ling evaluated. Hearing this, young Master Ming fell silent and continued to move forward. No one knew what he was thinking. But Lin Ling noticed that young Master Ming quietly clenched his fists. There was a sense of unwillingness in his eyes. There are many strong people in the underworld. In addition to the underworld god, there is also Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva and a red-haired man. If these people enter the Dao Tower, the battle in the second half of the Dao Tower will be even more intense.
You and I are just ants, Lin Ling said again.
Yes.
Young Master Ming came back to his senses and nodded. At this moment, he felt that he and Lin Ling were in the same boat.
They were shouldering a huge mission, but there were too many strong people blocking their way forward. It made them feel incomparably small. Tong Tian religious leader, Dipankara Buddha, 8 deities, and 12 god clans. Ling also looked at the sky. It was as if he saw the gathering of the strongest cosmos gods.
Dipankara Buddha and the red-haired man were eyeing him covetously.
There were too many. If I open all 9 great dansons, maybe I will be qualified to step into their circle. Unfortunately, I am only a Saint Cosmos god now. My realm is not high, let alone opening the final Dantian. Lin Ling took a deep breath and suppressed his impetuous heart. The future was full of danger, but it made his mood surge. He was looking forward to the final battle. Day after day passed. Lei Gong and the others continued to participate in the Destiny Martial meetings. Their strength increased greatly, and they finally gathered at Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling also found time to return to the Lin Ling Cosmos to visit his grandfather and the others. He also accompanied An Yuer and the others. Unfortunately, there was still a thorn in his heart, and that was the whereabouts of Yu Yu. No. He did not know why, but he always felt that Yu Yu was by his side, but Yu Yu was very far away. But, unfortunately, he did not know that Feng Moyang and Bai Yusheng were looking for them everywhere on the 5th floor. They even passed by Yellow Emperor and the others. It was a pity that they did not know each other and missed this opportunity. And Chapter 5170. Under the ancient mountain range, a cool breeze blew past. Several figures stood there, their expressions filled with anticipation and excitement. Lei Gong, Taoist master of many treasures, Little Luan, Longyang, Lin Ling, the 5 world will hosts had gathered. They all had the power of the world will, so their strength could not be judged on the surface. Young Master Ming looked at the 5 of them indifferently and secretly nodded. During this period of time, he had also investigated them. These 5 people were very strong, at least among the saint level, there were very few who could suppress them. With this kind of strength, they would not be a burden to the 6th level. He looked at the other people. They were Qing Zhu, the 12-winged sun god, and Saint Guyi. These 3 people were also extremely powerful. Among them, Saint Guyi's realm was the lowest. However, Saint Guyi had the powerful Eastern Emperor Bell, which surprised him quite a bit. After all, it was one of the Chaos Divine artifacts. But, unfortunately, he would not be able to control such a rare treasure. Otherwise, he might have snatched it and taken it for himself. All right, including me, there are 9 people in total. Young Master finally nodded and explained, this time, we are going to the 18 Dragon Mountains. That is one of the cores of the 6th level. It is very large and there are countless divine beasts inside. There are also all kinds of dangerous places. Legend has it that it is the back garden of the Dao Tower's owner to rear divine beasts. For such a treasure land, there are naturally countless treasures. At present, I know that there is a dragon stone. This is a treasure unique to the 18 Dragon Mountains. It has 60% of the power of a chaos stone and is very suitable for cultivation. However, there are many people fighting for the dragon stone. You might encounter many enemies. At that time, we have to be united. It would be best if we can kill the enemy. If not, we will retreat together. Hearing this, everyone nodded, but they were also curious. Young Master Ming was such an evil person. How could he be so loyal? I know what you are thinking, but you are underestimating me. Since I have called you and recognized you, I will definitely not be disloyal. Young Master Ming laughed. I believe in you. Lin Ling was the first to speak. For some reason, he felt that young Master Ming was both good and evil, but he was a person who kept his word. Everyone, take out the sound transmission talisman and leave a mark. Gather at the 18 Dragon Mountains. Remember, if you encounter an enemy that you cannot deal with, then avoid them. Young Master Ming instructed again. The 18 Dragon Mountain is considered the entrance battlefield of the 12 god races. After stepping into the 6th floor, it also means that you are fighting against the 12 god races. Be careful. She was from the Sun God clan, so she had heard a little about the 6th level. Lin Ling and the others were secretly looking forward to it. The further they went into the tower, the more gods would gather. They would definitely meet many acquaintances. Lin Ling also thought of Ning Qingxin, the Taoist child, and the others. He wondered how they were doing.
Stillies, when he was weak, he encountered some gods, such as the Dragon King of the East Sea and others.
Prepare the Tao Realm fragment. The young master's voice sounded again, and he gave a large number of Tao Realm shards to everyone. Tao Realm fragments could be exchanged for many treasures at the Tao Requital Celestial Realm. Unfortunately, after reaching their level, these treasures would not be of much help. This was also the reason why the gods wanted to enter the higher levels of the Tao Pagoda. Tao the Realm fragment appeared in everyone's hands.
What was surprising was that going to the 6th level was simple.
They only needed to sense their Tao returning celestial plane. Waves of light appeared, and everyone's bodies began to shatter. Gradually, they turned into tiny rays of light and dissipated with the wind. These rays of light were very beautiful and beautiful. They spiraled towards the sky, passing through the thick primordial aura and disappearing within. After a long time, in a dense forest, light condensed and gradually turned into a person.
I've arrived.
This person's entire body was shining brightly, as if he was condensed from sunlight. However, the light was also gradually dissipating. He was Lin Ling. Soon as he arrived at the 6th level, he looked around and instantly felt a sense of oppression in his heart, as if he was in awe of the heavens and the universe. Lin Ling suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. He found that the sky was very blue, and there was no primordial aura. What a strange sky. There is clearly no primordial aura, but it makes me feel incomparable reverence. Could it be that this level has already formed its own universe? Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He retracted his gaze and looked around. He found that there were towering mountains and precipitous ridges. The height of the mountains was beyond his imagination. This also made him realize that the blue sky was very high. It was something that Lin Ling had never seen in his life. Heaven. Tall, the mountains were naturally taller. Moreover, Lin Ling could vaguely see 18 mountain ranges. They were situated in the surroundings as if they were trapping this world. This is the 18 Dragon Mountains. Could it be that the feeling of reverence that I feel is actually the 18 Dragon Mountains? Lin Ling took a deep breath and then took out a voice transmission talisman to see if everyone had arrived. However, the voice transmission talisman was silent for a short while. Only 1 or 2 voices replied back.
It seemed that not everyone had arrived.
That kind of teleportation process seems fast, but in reality, some people can arrive faster, and some people take longer. Since no one has arrived, I'll look around. Lin Ling followed the dense forest and walked forward casually. Young Master Chu, have you found the Dragon Stone? Not long after he walked forward, a voice came from ahead. He saw a dozen people walking along the ground, releasing their magical powers to check if there was a dragon stone. These people looked like ordinary gods, but there was a strange power in their bodies. They seemed to have a divine body. However, Lin Ling had a feeling that they were not from the god race.
Perhaps they were from the primal chaos realm.
How can it be so easy to find a dragon stone? My father only needs 3 dragon stones to break through. It's a pity that he hasn't found the 3 dragon stones after searching for a long time. A proud voice came. It was a pale-faced scholar. He looked to be in his 20s, but his strength was not bad. He had reached the middle stage of the Saint Realm Universe Giant God. Where there are dragon stones, there will definitely be godly beasts. This area is so peaceful. I don't think there are any dragon stones. An old man said. He had the strength of an early-stage deity universe giant god. It could be seen that their background was not weak. After all, it was extremely rare to have a deity universe giant god as a guard. Are you all going to find dragon stones? I happen to want to go too. Why don't we go together? Lin Ling thought for a while and walked out. It was his first time here and he was not familiar with this place. It was best to have someone familiar to lead the way. At least he could familiarize himself with the 18 Dragon Mountains. Following afterward, he saw those people looking at him in surprise. He explained, I don't need a lot of dragon stones. You can take the majority. Young Master Chu, be careful. When he saw Lin Ling walking over, the old man's expression changed slightly. When did this person appear? He actually did not notice him before. He couldn't help but size up Lin Ling carefully. He realized that Lin Ling was only an early-stage Saint Realm Universe giant god. Could it be that this was an illusion? Bang! Chapter 5171. Young Master Chu also frowned, but after seeing that Lin Ling was only a saint, he finally relaxed and said indifferently, "No need, we don't lack manpower." Although his words were calm, there was a hint of pride in them. "As long as it's within my power, I'll help."
Ling pondered and said again,
"Didn't you hear what my young master said? We don't need manpower."
Around the young master, a tall and sturdy god shouted with a dignified expression. Lin Ling frowned, then shook his head and left. He was a domineering existence on the 5th and 4th levels, so he had subconsciously forgotten that this Tao pagoda was incomparably cruel.
How could others agree to his request?
It seems that I must always remember that this is the 6th level.
Lin Ling followed the forest and left. And young Master Chu and the others had a mocking smile on their faces. Young Master Chu said indifferently, "Is this person stupid?
He actually has the face to ask such a simple question."
Maybe he's a newcomer, but an initial stage Saint Universe giant god. I really admire his courage." The old man laughed. "I reckon he won't live for long. Let's go ignore him." They continued to look for dragon stones. And Lin Ling gradually walked out of the forest. When he looked up, one of the dragon mountains appeared in his eyes. Looking at it from a close distance, this dragon mountain was incomparably huge and could be considered one of the 9 prefectures. Moreover, it reached the sky, towering into the clouds. At the mountainside, white clouds floated. It was very mysterious. Lin Ling immediately looked at the sound transmission talisman and saw that no one had arrived yet. Instead, young Master Ming, Green Bamboo, and the others had arrived. However, they were casually walking around to investigate the 18 dragon mountains. Lin Ling told them that he was going to take a look at the dragon mountains. He took a step forward and rushed into the sky. Haha, someone actually wants to go up the dragon mountains. His figure was incomparably dazzling. Many gods in all directions of the dragon mountains saw him and laughed at him. And, after Lin Ling rushed into the sky, he immediately felt a gust of wind blowing against his face. Even though his body was strong, he was still blown to the point of being unsteady. What a powerful dragon mountain! Lin Ling was shocked. Soon after, he realized that the higher he flew, the greater the pressure. The strong winds blew against him, causing his bones to creak and his flesh to be eroded. This terrifying scene also made Lin Ling suck in a breath of cold air. Could it be that this dragon mountain was a taboo? I don't believe that I can't go up the dragon mountain. Lin Ling's temper flared up. He ignored the injuries to his body and gritted his teeth as he continued to charge forward. While in various places far away from Dragon Mountain, many people saw this scene, and their expressions changed. That person was so powerful. They reckoned that he was a god-level giant universe god. By someone who dared to challenge Dragon Mountain was actually at the deity level at the very least. Otherwise, they were just seeking their own deaths. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Ling felt as if his soul was about to be blown away. He was completely unable to withstand it, and had no choice but to land on the Dragon Mountain. Soon after, he discovered that not only did he not even reach the top of the mountain, he was still quite a distance away from the middle of the mountain. Heavens! How high is this mountain? Lin Ling stood behind a huge rock to avoid the strong winds on the top of the mountain. Then he sat down cross-legged to recover. His battered body was slowly recovering. Also after an unknown period of time, when everything recovered, Lin Ling stood up and looked into the distance. Chi! Chi! He instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. From where he was, he could see all the dragon mountains in the distance. These dragon mountains were like dragons sitting on the ground. Their heads and tails were connected, but they were incomparably majestic. An aura of the most ancient universe pervaded the air. Compared to these sacred mountains, humans or gods were like ants. What a powerful aura! Is it going to break through the universe? The dragon mountain on the left is like an axe, as if it wants to split the sky and earth. The one on the right is like a sword, as if it wants to cut through everything. And there, Ling was attracted by the aura of the dragon mountain. He subconsciously walked out and came to the top of the huge rock.
Only by doing so could he see further and higher. Difficult. He could imagine that he was only halfway up the mountain. If he reached the top of the mountain, how powerful would that aura be? Lin Ling, this is the manifestation of the Tao Pagoda's universal laws. At this time, a voice floated in Lin Ling's mind. It was Guang Chengzi. Of course, in addition to Guang Chengzi, there was another voice. It was the mysterious green-robed Taoist. The aura of these dragon mountains can improve your universe. Seize this opportunity. After being reminded by the green-robed Taoist, Lin Ling hurriedly sat down cross-legged on the huge rock. Outside his body, Lin Ling's universe appeared. A faint light wrapped around Lin Ling, and 6 ripples spread out. This was the 6-realm universe, and the ripples were very stable. This meant that the universe was incomparably stable. Lin Ling was still looking at the 17 dragon mountains in the distance. Although they were far away, Lin Ling felt as if they were right in front of his eyes. He sensed a domineering aura, a domineering aura. This feeling was different from the laws that Lin Ling had comprehended in the past. In the past, the laws of the universe that Lin Ling had comprehended were mostly about birth, old age, illness, and death. Most of these laws were not offensive. In the universe, in addition to the constant cycle of laws, birth, old age, illness and death, and the blooming and withering of flowers, there are also powerful offensive laws. This way, the universe will not be invaded by foreign objects. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll return it 10 times over. Lin Ling muttered to himself. This was the law that he had comprehended in the 17 dragon mountains. These laws were like dust floating in the sky. The clouds seemed peaceful, but if you dared to touch them, if you dared to destroy them, you would suffer 100 times the attack. This was the true universe. With the domineering aura to protect all living beings in the universe. The 17 dragon mountains are connected head to tail, forming a protective array diagram law. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he memorized the dragon mountains. Then, he placed them in Lin Ling's universe. It was as if there were 17 dragon mountains outside Lin Ling's universe. Fellow Taoist, help me. However, such a huge project couldn't be done by Lin Ling alone. Therefore, he called on all his avatars to help. With the help of his avatars, the shadows of 17 dragon mountains gradually appeared in the outermost region of Lin Ling's universe. The domineering aura was extremely sharp. Rumble! Rumble! On the surface of Lin Ling's body, the sound of a city wall collapsing could be heard. Out of the 6 rings of ripples, the outermost ring was collapsing, gradually revealing 5 layers of ripples. 5 realms universe. Also after an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. He was overjoyed. His universe had stepped into the range of the 5 realms. Whether it was the interior or the exterior of the universe, it was now more perfect. Its attack and defense had greatly improved. Even the gods who were cultivating in Lin Ling's universe had benefited a lot. Their cultivation speed had also increased. It's a pity that I'm now on one of the dragon mountains. Otherwise, if I could comprehend the 18 dragon mountains, my universe would definitely be more stable. Lin Ling was still regretful. He stood up and looked in the direction of the peak of the dragon mountain. Now, after Lin Ling's universe had reached the 5 realms, he could clearly feel that its defense was stronger. At least, he wasn't afraid of the surrounding winds. Chapter 5172. Lin Ling was in an extremely good mood. After all, upgrading the universe was a matter of great luck. Sugods might not be able to upgrade the universe even after tens of millions of years. As for Lin Ling, he dared to come to the 6th level and immediately encountered such a good thing. Inform them to meet up. While Ling was happy, he checked his voice transmission talisman and found that everyone had entered. He quickly contacted everyone and told them to meet up at a location. Looking at the map, it seems that the southeast is more suitable. After Ling found the direction, he ran with large strides. Now that he saw everyone safe and sound, he could finally relax. He was very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Roar! But at this moment, in the dense grass ahead, there was a terrifying roar of a divine beast. The ferocious aura made Lin Ling's expression change slightly. He did not dare to approach it. Wild. The wind blew, and the tall grass was blown. Other than the roar, there was no other sound. Following that, A pair of huge eyes appeared and slowly swam out of the grass. The eyes were filled with a dense mist like flames. Following that, there was the sound of grass being flipped. It was very dull and the ground trembled slightly. What a powerful aura! Lin Ling was shocked. Then, his pupils constricted. On the ground, a huge turtle crocodile the size of a mountain was slowly crawling. The turtle crocodile's mouth was tightly shut. There was thick moss on its shell, making it look like a rock. When it moved slowly, it was like a mountain was moving. It was like the universe was floating. Roar! Ling drew a cold breath and looked at the turtle crocodile. In the eyes of the turtle crocodile, he sensed an ancient, cold, and emotionless. Not good. Lin Ling's expression changed instantly. He felt a sense of danger approaching. He unleashed all his speed. Boom! Roar! Just as he disappeared, a light curtain suddenly fell from the sky. It was silent, but after it landed on the ground, all the grass within 100 meters turned into nothingness. This light curtain did not seem powerful, but it could wipe out any life. It had no effect on inanimate objects. While this kind of attack was the most terrifying, after all, it was not a pure strength attack, and it was silent. Roar! Coupled with its ability to wipe out life, it was very difficult to resist. Roar! Ling's pupils constricted. The divine beast on the 6th level was too powerful. Again! Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a curtain of light descended from the sky, forcing Lin Ling to run madly once again. The curtain of light brushed past him, and the place where he was previously standing turned into nothingness. Moreover, it was like a plague that spread towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling could only run 100 meters away to avoid the terrifying power. Looking at the surrounding 100 meters, all the grass had withered. However, without waiting for Lin Ling to catch his breath, another light curtain fell. It was still silent. Lin Ling cursed angrily. He erupted with all his strength and dodged the attack again. However, dodging like this was not the way to go. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the gigantic crocodile. The crocodile's cold eyes were still looking at Lin Ling, emotionless and cold. Bastard! Ling cursed angrily. He was just passing by, yet this bastard wanted to kill him and even revealed such a gaze. Helen Ling had fought his way from the Dao realm to the Dao pagoda. He had experienced many life and death crises and faced countless deities. Yet, he had never been forced by a monster beast like this. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he charged straight at the turtle crocodile, slashing down with his sword. Buzz! Buzz! The light curtain fell again, but Lin Ling dodged it. Boom! However, just as he approached the turtle crocodile, terrifying flames suddenly appeared and burned the earth. These flames were divine flames and were extremely extraordinary. However, compared to the light curtain, the damage caused by the divine flames was obviously much smaller. This was a power attack. Deity! The flames burned Lin Ling, causing his body to be riddled with holes. His flesh and blood began to catch fire. However, these attacks were not fatal to Lin Ling, who had a powerful physical body. Rumble! The sword struck the turtle crocodile's shell. Rocks flew everywhere, and there was a boom like an explosion. However, this sword could split open a mountain but could not split open the turtle shell. Swish! La! On the contrary, countless barbs rushed out of the turtle shell. They were as sharp as swords, forcing Lin Ling to retreat. Clang! Clang clang! Lin Ling kept swinging his sword to block the barbs. Then, he took a step in the air and disappeared in another direction, suddenly attacking from the other side. The turtle crocodile did not move at all, like an old monk sitting cross-legged. However, when Lin Ling approached, its turtle shell suddenly opened like a huge mouth. The earth churned as it revealed its fangs and swallowed Lin Ling. This huge mouth was very big, and an ancient musty smell wafted out. Moreover, it was moving very quickly. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. This old turtle's reaction was too fast. At this time he had no choice. He could either dodge or fight with his life on the line. In the end, Lin Ling chose to fight with his life on the line. In his opinion, the turtle shell swallowing him meant that the turtle crocodile had no more turtle shell to defend itself. Boom! Rumble! Lin Ling allowed the huge mouth to swallow him. Then, the turtle shell merged and stood on the back of the turtle crocodile like a mountain. Inside the huge mouth, it was pitch black and the musty smell was even stronger. Lin Ling could also hear the sharp teeth colliding and biting toward him. These teeth were very sharp and there were a lot of them. After countless years, Lin Ling could not guarantee that he could block them. Universe 3 Extreme Break. Lin Ling's soul power was no longer the same as before. He looked at the bottom of the turtle shell and slapped out fiercely. The cosmic rays were extremely dense like a net and shot out. He was also racing against time. He hoped that the Universe 3 Extreme Break would be effective. At this moment, the hard teeth on the left and right were merging. The area was very large and covered the sky. Lin Ling could not dodge at all. Lin Ling gritted his teeth. He held the sword with his right hand and his left palm facing down. His soul power poured out crazily. "Hurry up!" he shouted angrily in his heart. Guan at this moment, the teeth on both sides suddenly stopped moving. On the contrary, the giant turtle was trembling. Its soul was intimidated by Lin Ling. At this moment, its mind was blank. Kill! Lin Ling's universe appeared on the surface of Ling's body, protecting him firmly. He still held the tyrannical song in his right hand, but a dazzling light sword appeared in his left hand. This was the Sword of Faith. Endless power of faith surged, making this sword incomparably dazzling, as if it could cut through everything. 2. He crossed his swords and slashed down. While below him was a bottomless abyss with countless sharp barbs that looked like swords. However, Lin Ling had activated Lin Ling's universe, and the light around him was protecting him. It was extremely tough, and it actually broke all those barbs. Ka, ka, ka. The ear-piercing sound kept ringing in Lin Ling's ears. He gritted his teeth and focused his eyes. Success or failure depended on this. He finally rushed to the bottom of the abyss, crossed his two swords and slashed out fiercely. Boom! Rumble! 1. A deafening sound started to ring. The sword slash disappeared below, as if it could not hurt the turtle crocodile at all. Lin Ling's expression changed greatly. How strong is this turtle crocodile? Could it be a middle-stage universe giant god? Not good. Chapter 5173. The inside of the turtle shell was dead silent. It's dead. Lin Ling frowned slightly. After careful inspection, he realized that the cross sword he had slashed out had penetrated the entire turtle crocodile. Furthermore, the power of faith was destroying everything. At the same time, light appeared in the sky. The merged turtle shell was slowly opening, growing bigger and bigger. Finally, with a loud rumble, it was as if two mountains had collapsed. Lin Ling was in mid-air, witnessing everything. Following that, he realized that the turtle shell on both sides was turning into rock and its vitality was dissipating. Lin Ling immediately rushed out and landed on the grass. Following that, he saw that the huge turtle crocodile had turned into a mountain rock. Its ancient eyes were petrified. He checked for a moment and then cursed. That was because the turtle crocodile looked so powerful, but after its death, it did not leave behind any treasures. All of it had turned into rock. Lin Ling walked around the huge turtle crocodile and finally left gloomily. After wasting so much of his time, it did not leave behind a single hair. Looking at the injuries all over his body, Lin Ling was even more depressed. "Junior brother, are you here? Why are you standing still when I see you?" At that moment, Qingzhu's voice came from the voice transmission talisman. Upon hearing that, Lin Ling was even more depressed. He could only continue forward and meet up with the others. However, at that moment, a mysterious aura surged over. It was very rich in spiritual energy. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly as he followed the spirit qi. Then in a valley, he saw a large number of round stones. These stones were the size of a fist and some were the size of a millstone. They emitted a white glow. However, the spiritual energy was extremely rich, almost catching up to the chaos stones. Back in the chaos realm, Lin Ling had obtained the chaos stones and knew the spiritual energy hidden in them. Could these be dragon stones? Lin Ling guessed. Thinking back to the turtle crocodile, he completely understood. It turned out that the turtle crocodile was guarding these dragon stones. Haha, I'm rich. Lin Ling was overjoyed. He had finally gained something from killing the turtle crocodile. He rushed into the valley and continued to investigate. Soon after, he discovered that the number of dragon stones here was simply beyond his imagination. They were densely packed and scattered all over the ground.
Lin Ling immediately picked up a fist-sized dragonstone and refined it. The dragonstone seemed to be burning as it emitted a white dragon-like mist that surged into Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling instantly sensed that his cultivation had advanced by a large margin. Dragonstones seemed to be even more effective than luck. With these dragonstones, I'm probably even closer to breaking through. Lin Ling was overjoyed and hurriedly collected the dragonstones. Soon after, he discovered that these dragonstones were actually like roots, as if they were products of the earth, and also like a type of plant. Furthermore, some of the dragonstones had more solid roots and required a certain amount of time to pull them out. Seeing this, Lin Ling decided to look for a huge dragonstone. After all, it would be a waste of time to find a small one. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. It seemed that after Turtle Crocodile's death, the area was once again protected by a divine beast, which allowed the gods to dare to enter and explore. Damn it! Lin Ling cursed angrily. At first, he wanted to chase them away, but when he saw that there were many dragonstones in the valley, and besides, he couldn't collect all of them himself, he simply let them be. What's this? Dragonstones? So many dragonstones. I'm rich. Only 5 gods had entered, and when they saw the vast valley of dragonstones, they were also excited that they couldn't close their mouths. Hey, someone came early. Someone had also noticed Lin Ling and greeted him with a smile at Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had come first and didn't stop them from coming, so they were also embarrassed. Do as you wish. Lin Ling glanced at them calmly. At first, he wanted to chase them away, but he sensed that even more gods had arrived. Moreover, these people were quite polite, so in the end, he let it go. Thank you, thank you. Those people cupped their hands at Lin Ling and then hurriedly collected dragonstones. Moreover, they also collected small dragonstones with great tacit understanding. After all, although small dragonstones were small, if there were enough of them, they would be enough for cultivation. As expected, more and more people entered the valley, causing Lin Ling to know that it would probably be very difficult to keep all of the dragonstones. After an unknown period of time, a large group of people suddenly entered the valley. When they saw the dazzling dragonstones in the valley, they were all overjoyed. Dragonstones, so many dragonstones. Young Master Chu, the cultivation resources that Master needs are enough. An old man shouted excitedly. Yes, so many dragonstones. In the crowd, a scholarly young man licked his lips and was incomparably happy. Only 3 dragonstones are enough. 3 dragonstones are enough. He muttered to himself. Young Master, there are more than 3 dragonstones here. Look, there are even stones as big as millstones. The old man chuckled. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the people in the valley, and he frowned. Young Master, look. The young man immediately looked in the direction the old man was pointing, and found that there were indeed many people in the valley. They were also collecting dragonstones. Get out, all of you. The young man couldn't help but shout. Originally, he only needed 3 dragonstones, but there were too many dragonstones here, which aroused his greed. If these dragonstones belonged to him, his family's strength, including his own, would be greatly enhanced. Dragonstones, dragonstones. These were the most precious treasures of the 18 Dragon Mountains. What right do you have? The gods who were collecting dragonstones frowned immediately. This person actually wanted to take them all for himself? Lin Ling also frowned and looked over. When he found that it was the group of people he had met not long ago, he immediately sneered. He was the first to discover this valley, and he also obtained it by killing the turtle crocodile. It was fine that these people came to collect dragonstones, but Lin Ling didn't object, and they actually dared to take them all for themselves. What right do I have? Just because I am a member of the Chu family. You unorthodox gods dare to stop me. The young man said angrily. The old man beside him was sly and cunning, and he said calmly, Our young master means that we were the first to discover this valley, and even the divine beast guarding the dragonstones was killed by us. Just because of this. He glanced at the crowd and said, You have also collected a lot, so you can keep as many dragonstones as you get. However, you must leave immediately. It is fate that we met, so you don't have to thank us. They killed the divine beast? The people in the valley frowned in disbelief. Only Lin Ling was still smiling coldly. Suddenly he said calmly, What a nice way to put it. Then what is the divine beast in this valley? Who is talking?
Lin Ling's voice drifted in the valley, so young Master Chu and the others didn't see Lin Ling. Tell me, what is the divine beast?
Lin Ling's voice drifted out again. Young Master Chu frowned immediately. He really didn't know what it was.
He stuttered and said, "It is a dragon."
Young Master.
The old man beside him immediately pulled him back.
This was the 18 Dragon Mountains, so it was impossible for a dragon to appear here. After all, there were rumors that the 18 Dragon Mountains were actually 8 ancient dragons. With the 18 dragon gods here, the other dragons wouldn't dare to come close. A dragon? Something is wrong. The crowd became suspicious. They knew about this legend. No, it is a giant rock divine bear. Chapter 5174.
Rock God Bear.
Many people's eyes flickered. They had heard of this divine beast before. It was said that it stood like a human and was as tall as a mountain with long arms. However, its strength and speed were extremely terrifying. Is it a rock god bear?
Why do I seem to see a crocodile-like turtle not far from the valley?
Suddenly, Lin Ling's voice drifted out of the valley again.
Damn it! The old man cursed in his heart.
That was the Golden Dao crocodile, which possessed a kind of universal law that could exterminate life. It was extremely powerful. They had only dared to enter the bushes after seeing the Golden Dao crocodile die.
Yeah, I seem to have seen it too. It has turned into a rock.
Could it be that the guardian divine beast of this area is actually the Golden Dao crocodile? But why did they say it was a rock god bear? Could it be?
The gods in the valley came to their senses, and their gazes toward the old man and his companions changed slightly.
When young Master Chu saw that his plan had been exposed, he was also furious. He said coldly, "Who is this sneaky person? Come out and speak if you have the ability. Hiding your head and tail, it seems that you are also a thief." Ha, are you trying to falsely accuse me after failing to deceive me? I don't need to be sneaky when dealing with small characters like you. At this moment, Lin Ling finally walked out with his hands behind his back.
He looked at young Master Chu and his companions indifferently.
It's him. People recognized Lin Ling. Wasn't he the first person to come to the valley?
It's you.
Young Master Chu also recognized Lin Ling previously. Lin Ling seemed to be a newcomer who wanted to search for the dragon stone with them. However, they rejected him and even drove him away domineeringly. They didn't expect him to be the one causing trouble. You don't even know that turtle crocodile, yet you have the nerve to say that you found the valley first. Let me tell you, I was the first to enter the valley.
Lin Ling looked at young Master Chu mockingly.
Young Master Chu felt humiliated.
If he had known that this person was so lucky, he would have brought him along. However, now that things had come to an end, he simply shed all pretense of cordiality.
So what if it's you? This is the Chu family's business. Unimportant people. Get out of the valley. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The gods in the valley were not very strong, and they had more people on their side. Therefore, he also drove them away in a domineering manner. What if I don't leave?
Lin Ling could not help but smile.
Then don't blame me. Touch him.
Young Master Chu waved his hand and called for the old man to attack. The old man was a deity realm giant god at the early stage of the universe giant god realm. Killing a Saint Junior was as easy as flipping his hand.
I gave you face, but you don't want it.
Sure enough, that elder threw himself over, terrifying divine force erupting, making it difficult for everyone to breathe, as if they were suppressed by a formless pressure.
The difference between a deity and a saint was too great. It was not something they could withstand at all. Of course, to Lin Ling, this old man was not even comparable to the Myriad Waves King. After all, this old man did not have a powerful ancient divine body. Your Excellency, be careful. Someone suddenly reminded Lin Ling, because he saw that Lin Ling was actually indifferent. After all, this was a god-level giant universe god. Ka. At this moment, Lin Ling moved. A 5-realm universe appeared in his hand. He fused his innate talent, mobilized all his strength, and threw this universe out. Although the old man was not as strong as the Myriad Waves King, he was still a deity. Lin Ling also needed to use some of his trump cards. Hong Long Long. Lin Ling's universe turned into a light wave that could be used to attack and defend.
It fiercely slashed out, and after colliding with the old man's divine force, The old man's expression changed greatly.
What's going on?
He was shocked.
With just a simple exchange, he realized that Lin Ling's divine force was beyond imagination. It was definitely above 10 trillion. Early-stage giant god at the Saint Realm? 10 trillion?
This was simply beyond his understanding.
Most importantly, besides the divine force, the universe energy was also very terrifying. It seemed to be a 5-realm universe.
Shwa!
An indestructible light wave shot out and destroyed the old man's arm.
If he had not escaped quickly, he would have been obliterated.
Could it be that the turtle crocodile outside the valley was killed by him?
A terrifying thought arose in the old man's mind.
The valley was also silent. Everyone was in disbelief.
Young Master Chu's eyes were wide open.
A Saint Realm expert defeated a Deity Realm expert in one move?
Get lost, ants.
Lin Ling did not obliterate them. It was not that he did not want to, but that it was not worth it. He knew that it was more important to collect these dragon stones. After all, the news of the dragon stones in this valley would spread very quickly. When that time came, the experts would gather, and Lin Ling would be able to obtain fewer dragon stones.
You told us to get lost, ants. Young Master Chu gritted his teeth.
He came from the primal chaos realm. Although his family was not one of the 8 deities, his family knew many experts. He could be considered a reputable figure in his family. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Moreover, he suddenly remembered that Lin Ling wanted to join them.
If he had agreed at that time, a portion of the dragon stones in the valley would have been his. Inexplicably, regret arose in his heart.
Young master, let's go.
The one-armed old man gritted his teeth and ran over.
He knew that Lin Ling's attention was on the dragon stones.
Otherwise, they would have been dead long ago.
But we still lack 3 dragon stones.
There are so many here. 3 would be enough. Young Master Chu was unwilling to give up.
He looked around and found that Lin Ling had found a dragonstone that was not white among the dragonstones. That dragonstone was about the size of a millstone, and there were 9 veins of mist rolling inside it.
9 dragonstone. Young Master Chu sucked in a breath of cold air.
9 dragonstones were also a type of dragonstone. However, according to legend, this type of dragonstone was condensed from the spiritual energy of 9 dragon mountains. The other dragonstones represented 1 dragon mountain. Without a doubt, dragonstones condensed from 9 dragon mountains were even more valuable and could be said to be rare. There were also rumors that someone had found 18 dragonstones. 18 dragonstones were condensed from 18 dragon mountains. They were existences that were comparable to the chaos stones. They were far superior to the chaos stones.
How hateful! Young Master Chu did not obtain anything.
Instead, he witnessed Lin Ling obtaining a rare 9 dragon stone. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood.
9 dragon stone.
At this moment, the gods in the valley also saw Lin Ling's harvest. What is a 9 dragon stone? Lin Ling asked while hugging the millstone-sized dragonstone.
Your Excellency.
Someone told Lin Ling about the preciousness of a 9 dragon stone. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed.
It seemed that this was a precious treasure.
He could not help but examine it carefully. Soon after, he discovered that the spiritual energy suppressed by this dragonstone was enough for one of his dantians to make a breakthrough. This also meant that he could reach the middle stage of the Saint Stage Universe Giant God. Of course, a 9 dragonstone was only enough for one dantian to make a breakthrough. The other dantians still needed more dragonstones to fill in. Lin Ling continued his search. He specifically looked for large dragonstones and also informed his senior sister and the others to hurry over. He did not want all the dragonstones here to be picked. Chapter 5175.
Dragonstones.
But at this moment, more powerful beings arrived at the valley. They were 5 figures. They wore tattered cloaks, and their bodies emitted a foul stench. Large amounts of insects were flying around them.
Rot race.
Seeing these gods, everyone's expression changed drastically. The Rot race was very famous on this level, and their influence was huge. They were the local bullies. Coupled with their unique characteristics, it was hard not to recognize them. The 5 figures that walked in did not pay attention to the crowd. Instead, they stared at the overwhelming number of dragonstones in the valley without moving. An oppressive atmosphere quietly pervaded the valley. All the gods stopped collecting dragonstones.
Their expressions were solemn as they prepared to escape the valley. After all, they knew that the rat race was the most unreasonable. It was normal for them to kill them and steal their treasures.
You can leave.
This valley belongs to us.
Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out. It came from one of the rat race gods. This person was emitting an aura as he spoke. He was an early-stage universe giant god.
Of course, his strength was more than double that of the old man from before.
After all, there was still a gap between the gods of the deity race and ordinary gods. His words stunned everyone. The rotten race's god was telling them to leave? Where are the dragon stones we got before? Someone asked. Take them away. However, you are not allowed to take another step into the valley. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy, said the rat race god. Many people were shocked. Why was the rat race so easy to talk to? Suddenly, they looked at the valley and saw that there were still many dragon stones. It turned out that the rat race did not want to waste time, so they gave up on the small profits to steal the big ones. After all, they only got the small profits. If the rat race wanted to steal them, they would have to go through a lot of trouble. There was no need for that. Most importantly, the rotten gods knew that it would not be long before more gods arrived. If more powerful gods arrived, they would have no choice but to leave. All right, I'll leave. Let's go. Those gods knew that they could not be too greedy. Otherwise they would lose their lives. What about you, young Master Chu? The leading rat race god suddenly looked at young Master Chu. He seemed to know the Chu family. In fact, the Chu family was very famous in the primal chaos realm. This did not mean that they were powerful, but that they knew how to conduct themselves. They were smooth and slick, and they mingled well with the rulers. Therefore the rat race also knew them. The Chu family had even helped them before. The clan was looking for someone in the chaos realm. Senior, you know me.
Young Master Chu was a little surprised.
Then he smiled and said, Senior, I only need 3 dragon stones. Of course, I can provide you with a piece of good news. That person has obtained a 9 dragon stone and wants to bring it out of the valley. As he spoke, he pointed at Lin Ling, his expression filled with schadenfreude and sneer. This guy was so strong. But was he stronger than the rotten race? 9 dragon stone. The 5 gods looked at Lin Ling. Although their expressions couldn't be seen, anyone could guess that they were tempted. Oh no! Those gods who had left were secretly shocked and stared at young Master Chu. This guy was really meddlesome. He was trying to frame them. Lin Ling was indifferent. Of course, he also looked at young Master Chu, but the latter shrugged his shoulders with an arrogant look on his face. You have a 9 dragon stone? Hand it over and scram. At that moment, one of the rotten race spoke. The 9 dragon stone was so precious that the rotten race couldn't miss it. However, this white-haired man's luck was not bad. He had helped them find the 9 dragon stone, so they would spare his life for the time being. Senior, be careful. This person's strength is strange. My Wuxia had an arm severed by him, and my Wuxia was an early-stage universe giant god. He is only a saint. Young Master Chu spoke again, afraid that the rotten race expert would look down on Lin Ling. Oh, interesting. The leader's tone changed. It seemed that he wanted to kill Lin Ling. After all, their huge rotting pond needed powerful gods to refine and obtain their strength. Hee hee. Young Master Chu laughed happily when he saw that the rotten race's tone had changed. He looked at Lin Ling even more provocatively. From his point of view, that white-haired man was dead meat this time. He had let him act before, but now he had kicked an iron plate. And this exciting scene, he was going to enjoy it. Now, it's not as simple as handing over the 9 dragon stone. I don't know what you have to say. The rotten race god spoke. Lin Ling's expression was cold. His white hair fluttered in the wind as he said indifferently, I won't hand over the 9 dragon stone. I won't hand over my life, either. I won't even leave this valley. What? Everyone was shocked. Facing the rotten race, this white-haired man didn't intend to leave. Interesting. Fine, let me see what you're capable of. A rotten race expert made his move. His cloak seemed to disperse in the wind, and countless insects flew out. They formed a huge rotting pond in midair and covered Lin Ling. This was the power of the universe. Of course, there was also powerful godly power hidden within. This attacking god knew that Lin Ling had some ability, so he didn't hold back.
He erupted with his full strength.
The entire valley suddenly turned dark, and everything disappeared. Only the densely packed stars on the ground were unaffected. These were the dragon stones. The gods who were preparing to leave the valley were all frightened. They were deeply afraid of being implicated because they couldn't find the way out of the valley. He's so strong, comparable to King Myriad Waves. However, even though he didn't look down on me, he didn't defend when he attacked. He wants to kill me in one blow. This is a chance. Lin Ling's eyes focused.
Light appeared in his hand, and the faith sword quietly appeared.
Facing a deity from the rotten race, an early-stage universe giant god, he had to erupt with his full strength. Of course, the other party came with the intention of killing him in one blow. This was in line with Lin Ling's intention. After all, this kind of attack could only end with one of them dying. As for Lin Ling's choice, it would depend on whose life was tougher. He slashed out with his sword. Endless faith appeared and fused into the faith sword as it slashed forward. The seemingly dazzling sword slash didn't have any explosive offensive power, but its sharpness was beyond imagination. When it slashed the rotting pond, it split it into two. After that, it went straight for the rotten race god. Pang! A figure fell from the sky, and the stench in the valley gradually dispersed. Everyone subconsciously shuddered and looked around. Dead! Someone cried out in alarm. This was because the rotten race god had been split in two and fell to the ground. He was completely dead.
Young Master Chu sucked in a breath of cold air.
The old man under his tomb was no match for Lin Ling. This was understandable, but even a rotten race expert with a godly body had died. Just how many killing moves did this white-haired man have? The four rotten race gods were frozen in place, as though they couldn't accept this fact.
All right, it's your turn now.
At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated over. His lips curled into a sneer. He knew that these four were about to die because his helpers had finally arrived.
It's our turn.
Chapter 5176. The four rotten race gods did not believe Lin Ling's words at all. After talking for a while, they looked at Lin Ling. The killing intent and stench on their bodies became even more intense. They seemed to be planning to join forces. The rotten race was the filthiest race in the universe. Naturally, they would not engage in a fair one-on-one duel.
One of them said indifferently, "Your Excellency, you have offended the rotten race.
Now, leave your corpse and the 9 dragon stone behind." "With just the 4 of you? I'm sorry, but the 4 of you will stay here forever,"
Lin Ling said indifferently.
Ha ha ha. The 4 rotten race gods could not help but look at each other. Even though they were cold, they could not help but laugh. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was indeed powerful, but they guessed that Lin Ling had a divine sword on him. That was why he could kill a deity universe giant god. But when the 4 of them joined forces, even a true deity universe giant god would not be able to stop them, let alone Lin Ling, who was only a saint. This universe is sometimes very unfair, but sometimes it is very fair. The rotten race god laughed. I don't believe there is a deity weapon that is so heaven-defying. Even if it can kill an opponent 1 realm higher, the number of times it can be used is definitely not many.
Do you dare to bet?
Lin Ling laughed.
Why not?
Let's see if your deity weapon can kill the 4 of us. The 4 rotten race gods erupted with powerful deity energy and activated their godly bodies. Their godly bodies were all filthy things like toads and flies. Most importantly, the joint forces of the 4 of them possessed over 3 trillion strands of divine energy. Lin Ling's 14 trillion deity energy was as insignificant as a firefly in comparison. Idiot! Young Master Chu sneered. Lin Ling still did not move. The sword in his hand was only aimed at one of them. Just as the rotten race gods had guessed, Lin Ling's sword of faith could only kill one person. Moreover, not just any early-stage deity could kill him. But just as the 4's attacks were about to reach him, a green bamboo suddenly appeared and swept away one of the rotten race gods. At the same time, a huge ancient bell appeared in the sky and suppressed the other one. Moreover, there were several energies that didn't seem like the power of divinity or the power of the universe. Only Lin Ling could recognize that this was the power of the world's will. After combining their powers, they once again blocked another god. In the end, he had to face Lin Ling alone. Lin Ling sneered coldly and slashed out with his sword.
There was a clear rumble as the toad that was pouncing at Lin Ling was pierced through by the sword.
Of course, what surprised Lin Ling was that this god was very powerful. The sword of faith actually couldn't kill him and had only severely injured him. Rumble. On the other side, under several powerful attacks, the decaying gods died one after another. It could be seen that the attacker was not a celestial, but the attack power was strong enough to injure a celestial. Dead. The one over there is dead too. The surrounding people were silent. No one had expected the outcome to be like this. There was only one decaying god left who hadn't died. It was the one with the toad's divine body.
At this moment, he had returned to his original form and was looking around in surprise.
"You have helpers," he said through gritted teeth. His cloak had been shattered, revealing his true appearance. However, just as Lin Ling had imagined, he was very ugly with all kinds of insects crawling on his face.
"Helpers are the divine weapons you mentioned."
"Now, you seem to have lost the bet," Lin Ling said with a smile.
The god was trembling with anger. No wonder this white-haired man wasn't afraid of them.
It turned out that his biggest reliance was his helpers.
Moreover, these helpers were very powerful. After all, he had seen that most of these people were celestial saints. Of course, he also stared at one of the women and found that she was the strongest. He couldn't see through her, as if there was no limit to her strength.
Now, he was like a dog trapped in a dead end.
There was no way for him to fight back.
"The decaying race will avenge me," he said in a low voice. Then, his body exploded. He had actually committed suicide. "You have backbone." Lin Ling nodded. Suddenly, he looked at young Master Chu and said with a smile, "Isn't it fun to sow discord?"
Young Master Chu and the others were still in a daze. The difference between reality and dreams was too big.
They looked at the people around them and found that there were old men, women, and young men.
However, their strength was heaven-defying.
Damn it! How did this guy have such powerful helpers?
Young Master Chu was extremely envious because he knew that there were very few gods with heaven-defying strength like this whose realm wasn't high.
Every one of them had a bright future.
However, there were several people beside the white-haired man.
"I'm from the Chu family of the Chaos Realm,"
young Master Chu said coldly.
"Sorry, we're all from the Dao Realm. We don't know any Chu family,"
Lin Ling said with a smile.
"Damn it!"
Young Master Chu cursed again.
He was most afraid of people who didn't know what was good for them. If he encountered them, no matter how powerful his trump card was, it would be useless.
He asked, "Then what do you want?"
"All of you will die. Are you going to do it yourselves? Or are we going to do it?" Now that everyone was here, there was no need to keep young Master Chu and the others. After all, Lin Ling didn't touch them before because he didn't want to delay the collection of dragon stones. "You want to kill us? Dream on."
Young Master Chu snorted coldly.
A crystal bead appeared in his hand. He blew at the bead. Suddenly, endless fog appeared and shrouded the valley. The scary thing was that in the fog, they couldn't sense anything. It was very powerful.
"This treasure is extraordinary."
Lin Ling was shocked.
His soul power was strong and he had the universe in his body. However, he couldn't see through the fog.
This meant that this bead was definitely a rare treasure. "Ha ha ha, how can ants like you see through my Chu Wuju? Goodbye. The next time we meet, I'll kill you." Young Master Chu's voice came from the fog. However, there were also voices begging for mercy.
"Young Master Chu, please take us out of here."
The fog seemed to be able to block people's vision. Perhaps only the people holding the bead could see the path clearly.
"Get lost."
Young Master Chu didn't care about them. After all, with his strength, the fog would dissipate soon after he activated the bead. Time waits for no one. He just wanted to take an old man away because the old man also had a precious treasure of the Chu family. It was a divine artifact that could enhance one's divine power by 10%.
However, when he wanted to take the old man away, he found that the old man was entangled by a vine.
"Young master, don't worry about me. Go quickly. Avenge me in the future." The old man couldn't see young Master Chu, but he knew that young Master Chu would come to save him. Therefore, he shouted hurriedly. Of course, he also tried his best to get rid of the vine. "Okay." Young Master Chu dared not stay.
He rushed out of the valley and disappeared into the distance. When the old man saw young Master Chu running away, he tried his best again to get rid of the vine. Then, he also ran away randomly. At this moment, the fog was dispersing. Gradually, the old man found a way out. However, when he was about to rush out, a sword blocked his way. It was Lin Ling. Chapter 5177. Ha, ha, ha. Young Master Chu has run away. What's the use of killing me? Just wait for the Chu family to kill you. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the old man laughed and gave up hope. Go to hell then,
Lin Ling said impatiently.
He wanted to kill the old man with his sword. However, at this time, a bronze gate appeared outside the valley. Then, a figure walked out of the gate slowly, dragging a person. It was young Master Ming. The dead dog he was dragging was none other than young Master Chu. Originally, young Master Ming didn't appear in the valley before, so he wasn't affected by the fog. While young Master Chu was facing young Master Ming, how could he resist the power of reincarnation? He lost the ability to fight instantly, and even Chu Wuzhu, who was in his hand, fell to the ground. Young Master Ming, good move.
Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. I bumped around and saw a dog running out. I didn't like him, so I caught him.
Young Master Ming shrugged. Young Master Chu was now as weak as a slug. He was affected by the reincarnation of the underworld, so he could only clench his teeth. While seeing this, the old man sighed softly. He knew they were going to be wiped out today.
Are you satisfied now?
You can go now. Lin Ling killed the old man with his sword. Then, he found many treasures on the old man's body. What was strange was that the old man had many cosmic treasures, but he didn't have a spiritual pearl. Moreover, there was a horn on his body, which seemed to be quite extraordinary.
You don't need to talk nonsense.
Dang. Young Master Ming also killed young Master Chu with a wave of his hand. He also found many treasures on the old man's body. Among them, the crystal pearl attracted his attention the most. However, after checking it, he shook his head disdainfully and threw it to Lin Ling.
Lin Ling took it and was shocked.
The pearl was so powerful that he couldn't see through the fog it emitted. How could young Master Ming throw it to him so casually? Young Master Ming, this is a powerful treasure, Green said. Bamboo and the others also walked over. It is indeed extraordinary. The young master nodded, and he suddenly turned to Saint Guy and said, It's a pity that this treasure is the same as his Donghuang bell.
It can only be used by the clan's bloodline.
If someone forcefully uses it, the effect will be greatly reduced, so it's useless to us. Lin Ling hurriedly checked and found that it was indeed so. Even with his strength, he could only blow out 10% of the fog. 10% was not much help. This bead is considered a rare divine weapon. However, there are countless capable people in this universe. There must be someone who has a way to get it. It's not a bad idea to find an opportunity to sell it. Young Master Ming suddenly said. Everyone nodded and looked at Lin Ling. A bugle horn appeared in Lin Ling's hand. After examining it, he said, This bugle horn is also a good divine artifact. It can increase one's divine power by 10%. For example, 10 trillion divine power can increase one's divine power by 10,000. What a heaven-defying treasure. Gong and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. If it was a god-level giant universe god who had hundreds of trillion godly power, wouldn't that mean an increase of 100,000 godly power? Just this increase alone would surpass the sum of all their divine power. It's a pity that only a god-level giant universe god can activate it.
Lin Ling suddenly sighed.
He looked at everyone and suddenly threw the bugle horn to Green Bamboo. There were only 2 god-level giant universe gods present. They were young Master Ming and Green Bamboo. Naturally, he left it for his senior sister. It's not a bad treasure. It barely catches my eye, Green Bamboo said. Green Bamboo took the bugle horn and casually put it away. She did not seem to care much about it, and this casual action told everyone that she had a broad vision. She did not care about this bugle horn at all. Lei Gong and the others were secretly shocked. Even Lin Ling was the same. Only young Master Ming was used to it. All right, let's go to the valley to collect the dragon stones. These dragon stones are growing on the ground. If we want to collect all of them, we will need a lot of time. Lin Ling looked at everyone and then strode into the valley. At this moment, the gods in the valley still had not left. When they saw Lin Ling and the others return, they were so frightened that they lowered their heads.
Anyway, there are enough dragon stones. We won't be able to collect all of them in a short time.
Just as they were about to sneak out of the valley, Lin Ling suddenly said.
These gods raised their heads in surprise. This white-haired man did not chase them away? Lin Ling did not explain much. He went to collect the dragon stones on the ground with green bamboo and the others. These dragon stones were growing on the ground. They were like demonic beast eggs lying on the ground. However, collecting them depended on one's strength. The stronger one was, the faster they could collect them. This was also the reason why Lin Ling allowed them to collect as they wished. Actually, they were not very strong. Even if they could collect the dragon stones, they could not collect a lot. In addition, these people had previously warned Lin Ling naturally. Lin Ling would give them some face. While, as they collected the dragon stones, more and more people came to the valley. However, they were not very strong. In the end, they were all chased away by Lin Ling and the others. After a long time, they finished collecting all the dragon stones in the valley. It had taken them a total of 5 days. Everyone, thank you.
These gods had gained a lot, so they all thanked Lin Ling before leaving.
That's right. Do you know where I can sell treasures around here?
Then, young Master Ming looked at them and asked.
If you want to sell treasures, the Purple Wind Cave is not far away. There is an auction there every 3 months. I think it is suitable for you.
One of the gods pondered and said, Go northwest in this direction and you will reach it in half a day.
All right, thank you. You can go now.
Young Master Ming said indifferently.
After these people left, he said, This Chu Wuzhu will be a burden if we keep it with us. We are not willing to just throw it away. It is better to find a place to sell it. After all, it is a family heirloom treasure. Others can use it to find us. In that case, let's set off immediately. Lin Ling said. This Chu Wuzhu came from the Chu family.
Although he did not know the background of the Chu family, if even the rotten race knew them, they should have a lot of experts.
If they followed the pearl and found them, it would be troublesome. Then, after that, everyone set off. They had just arrived at the 6th floor and obtained a lot of dragon stones. Everyone was in a good mood. With these dragon stones, everyone's strength would increase greatly. Lin Ling, these dragon stones can increase your cultivation by 2 realms, right? Young Master Ming suddenly asked. It is good enough to increase my cultivation by 1 realm. I still want to increase my cultivation by 2 realms. Lin Ling shook his head. Young Master Ming was shocked. How did Lin Ling cultivate? Why did he need so much energy? For a moment, he could not see through Lin Ling. After all, these dragon stones were enough for him to increase his cultivation by 2 realms. It seemed that Lin Ling's cultivation level was low, but his strength was so strong. It was not without reason. Half a day later, they arrived at the Purple Wind Cave. Although it was called a cave, it was actually a paradise. A lot of gods were walking around, and they were all very strong. No. Chapter 5178. Looking into the distance, huge space battleships stopped there. On the other side, under the mountains, there were powerful mounts. There were ancestral turtles, universe dragons, space birds, and other rare creatures. While these universe ancestors had always been arrogant, but after coming here, they all obediently lay on the ground, not daring to breathe. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Those cosmic battleships are only owned by the Protoss and the powerful gods. They are divided into several grades. Saints can control them, but they need the corresponding control method. With these cosmic battleships, the strength of the gods can be greatly increased. Saints can also kill gods. Young Master Ming suddenly said. Everyone gasped and looked at young Master Ming in disbelief. These space battleships were too powerful. These cosmic battleships are very rare. They were created by the ruler of the prehistoric era, and they were created with his life to resist the great calamity of the universe. They were called arcs by him. After the ruler died, the cosmic battleships flowed out and were seized by the strong people of various eras. Young Master smiled faintly. However, although these space battleships are powerful, they are not the oldest batch. Otherwise, their combat power would be even more terrifying. If we get a space battleship, we can run freely on the 6th level. Nyang licked her lips.
With a space battleship they could take it wherever they went. Moreover, they could protect their lives and avoid all kinds of dangers. How could it not be good? Space battleships are very difficult to get. Once they recognize a master, unless the master gives up, it's impossible to snatch them. Moreover, these space battleships are divided into 3 types: speed, attack, and defense. Each of the 3 domains has a powerful one. Young master smiled. Look at those divine beasts in the distance. They are also universe beasts from the prehistoric era. They are powerful, but they only recognize one master in their lifetime. There are so many strong ones here. Everyone sighed. The Tao Pagoda is the core of the present universe. Everyone wants to reach the top of the Tao Pagoda and obtain this universe. Therefore, the Tao Pagoda is cruel. However, there are still rules in some places. For example, here. Those who come here want to trade, so they will abide by the laws of this place. Young Master Ming said again. Hee, this is only temporary. In fact, the weak are still prey to the strong. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had the opposite view. After all, he had encountered such a situation back in the City of Myriad Gods. At that time, the Silver Moon clan was greedy for his treasures, and they had also violated the rules. That was the reason why he and the Silver Moon clan were at loggerheads. You are right. For example, if we expose the dragon stone we got, the result will be different. Young Master Ming nodded in agreement. Crowd they chatted as they walked and entered the Xanadu ahead. The interior was very flat, and there were many simple buildings. There were gods walking around, and on the ground under the trees and other places, all kinds of lights were flickering. There were gods setting up stalls, selling all kinds of treasures. Yes, there were treasures, spirit herbs, divine abilities, divine embryos, and other items for sale. And then there were a lot of them. This talent seems to be the talent of my hellish ghost hell body. Lin Ling walked casually. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at one of the stalls. There was a jade bottle on the stall, and inside it was a ghost-like octopus. Furthermore, the bottle cap was open, allowing others to sense its aura. House only Lin Ling was able to detect it. He said a few words to his senior sister, then walked forward to ask for the price. Longyang, Xiaoluan, and the others also found the items they wanted, and happily went to ask for the price. How do you sell this? Lin Ling came in front of the stall and sized up the other party. He found that it was a mysterious person wearing a cloak. The treasures on his body were extraordinary, and Lin Ling could only roughly sense his strength. He couldn't even see his face clearly. 3 dragon stones. A hoarse voice came. Too expensive, one at most. Lin Ling didn't like to be long-winded. Sir, I got this by luck. It is extremely rare and only appears in the netherworld. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. How about this? 2 dragon stones, no less. Fong's voice was filled with determination. Not many people need a divine embryo like you. If I don't like it, even fewer people will want it. Just 1. Lin Ling's attitude was even more resolute. No, 2 is the minimum. Back then, in order to kill him, I almost lost my life. The other party's voice gradually turned cold. It was obvious that he had obtained this treasure from his opponent. Lin Ling didn't say anything, turning to leave. Seeing this, the other party looked to the other side and ignored Lin Ling. But Lin Ling naturally couldn't be bothered with him and walked to another stall. However, just as Lin Ling was sizing up the stall, a helpless voice came. Forget it, forget it. 1 dragon stone it is. I'm most afraid of people like you. It was the owner of the previous stall. Obviously, he could see that Lin Ling was a cold person. If he wasn't willing to give in, then there was no way he would give in. He had no choice but to compromise. After all, few people needed that octopus-like divine embryo. Even ghost-type divine embryos didn't catch their eye. It was useless for him to keep it, so he might as well exchange it for a dragon stone. Lin Ling looked at the other party indifferently, as if he didn't want it. After thinking for a while, he walked back. That stalk of spirit grass is mine. He pointed at a spiritual herb on the stall. This was a thunder herb, which could also improve a lightning-type divine embryo, but not by much. You're ruthless. The stall owner was depressed, knowing that he had been cheated. He picked up the bottle and the spiritual herb and threw it at Lin Ling. While
Lin Ling also threw a dragon stone before turning to leave. Lin Ling, you're really something. I didn't expect you to bargain so hard. Bamboo, young Master Ming, and the others were still waiting. When they saw Lin Ling walk over, they all smiled. They're all shrewd people. When dealing with shrewd people, the more you talk, the more they know you care about the treasure and the more they will give in. It's better to be straightforward. Lin Ling said. You're right. Young Master Ming nodded. Don't you want to look around? There are all kinds of treasures here. There must be something suitable for you. Not for now. Ling shook his head. He now had a large number of dragon stones, and it would only take time for him to break through. After that, he would improve his foundation. In fact, his 8 Dantian divine embryos had reached the limit, but because Panga's foundation was too strong, he hadn't felt any bottleneck so far. Of course, as his cultivation level increased, he would definitely be stuck at a bottleneck in the future. At that time, he would need to comprehend the universe and the foundation of his divine embryos. He waited for the others to return. After a long time, everyone returned happily. It was obvious that they had gained a lot. Haha, I didn't expect there to be so many treasures here. I found many of the things I dreamed of. Gong Xiao laughed. Sir, I found the lost treasure of the Grand Orient clan here. Shangyi was even more excited as he whispered to Lin Ling, that's good. Chapter 5179. Okay. Young Master and the others nodded. The treasures we are selling have some background after all. We must be careful. When we get the price of the auction, we will split it equally. Young Master Ming looked at everyone and said. Although he was not a good person, he had principles. After he joined Lin Ling, he did not intend to take advantage of anyone. Instead, he took care of everyone. To put it bluntly, he was a protective person. Only however, the prerequisite was to become his subordinate. Then, after that, everyone went to the auction house. The auction house was not hard to find, and it was not as luxurious as they had imagined. It was just a simple hall, but at that moment, no one entered the hall. Instead, there was a woman sitting cross-legged outside the door with her eyes slightly closed. The auction will start in 3 days. Please go back, she said. She closed her eyes and muttered to herself. We are here to sell treasures. Sir, you are late. The treasures for the auction have already been decided. If you want to sell them, then do it half a year later. Our Purple Wind Caves auction is held every half a year. Of course, if you can't wait, you can go to see Leaf Mountain and Sea of Sabers. There will be auctions there soon. It's too far. We want to sell them here. Lin Ling said indifferently. Chu Wuzhu was a ticking time bomb. Naturally, it was better to sell it as soon as possible. Sir. The woman slowly opened her eyes, and her expression was full of displeasure. I have said that the treasures have already been decided. It can't be changed at will, unless your treasures are the best. Then look at this bead. Lin Ling took out the Chu Wuzhu, but the woman did not take it. However, looking at Lin Ling and the others, she saw that they were not willing to give up. Finally, she snorted and said, Fine, I will make you give up. She picked up the Chu Wuzhu and checked it. At first, her expression did not change, but gradually, it became serious and finally turned into surprise. Because, this bead seemed to have no attack power and looked ordinary, but there was a mystery inside. Moreover, she blew out a wisp of fog and found that the fog could not be seen through at all. No magical power could detect it. One should know that if such a strange fog was used in a battle, it could hide from the opponent and even use the fog to interfere with the opponent. It was extremely powerful. This is... The woman's face was filled with shock. She no longer had the contempt from before. We don't know what kind of treasure it is either. Now, can this treasure be used as the final treasure? Lin Ling asked. Let me ask. The woman didn't dare to make any guarantees and said, If I take Chu Wuzhu to ask His Excellency, do you have any objections? It's better to ask your master to come out to avoid any trouble. Lin Ling didn't want to cause any trouble. The woman also felt that Lin Ling was right. She quickly entered the hall, and a moment later, she walked out with a middle-aged man. Xianxia, the auction is about to begin. I'm so busy that I can't leave. What do you want? The middle-aged man's expression was cold and filled with displeasure. Lord Chen, They want to sell some treasures. The woman was clearly afraid of the middle-aged man. Nonsense. At this time, unless it's a final treasure, how can it enter the auction? Moreover, our auction started selling treasures 10 days in advance. Don't they know? The middle-aged man frowned.
He came in front of Lin Ling and the others and swept his gaze across them.
Suddenly, his gaze fell on Jianghu, the 12-winged young god, Longyang, and Xiaoluan.
He looked back and forth, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became.
It had to be said that these 4 women each had their own merits.
Their temperaments were outstanding and were indeed very attractive. In particular, Longyang and the 12-winged young god were even more alluring.
The solar gods. The middle-aged man also saw the 12-winged young god's origin. After all, that head of golden hair was a symbol. Therefore, he didn't dare to look too much. Instead, he stared at Longyang and the others.
I didn't expect that a god would be so perverted.
Lin Ling muttered to himself.
Lord Chen.
The woman next to him was already familiar with the middle-aged man's personality. She reminded him in a low voice. Only then did the middle-aged man react.
He snorted and said, "What treasure is this?"
He immediately looked at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling also pushed Chu Wuzhu out, floating in the air. A mere bead actually wasted so much of my time. The middle-aged man was instantly furious. However, after checking Chu Wuzhu, his expression changed quietly. He picked up Chu Wuzhu and looked her up and down, his breathing rapid. After he used his divine essence to activate a wisp of fog, he kept checking the fog. Amazing, amazing.
He muttered to himself, and even his words were incoherent.
After all, even he couldn't see through the fog. How could such a treasure not be precious? It could be considered a life-saving trump card.
However, he also checked that the bead was not activated by him with all his strength. He suddenly looked up at Lin Ling. How to use it?
We don't have it. It's precisely because of this that we put it up for sale.
Otherwise, we would have kept such a treasure for ourselves.
Lin Ling said. The middle-aged man didn't suspect him. Moreover, seeing that Lin Ling and the rest's cultivation level was not high, he felt that everything was normal.
He stared at the bead in his hand, and then glanced at Lin Ling and the rest.
These people, except for the woman from the sun god race, didn't seem to be from the god race, and he hadn't seen it before. Cold light quietly appeared in his eyes. Of course, it disappeared in an instant. He smiled and said, "Do you know what this bead is called and where it came from?" Of course, this middle-aged man hid it well, but Lin Ling was not a newcomer. He dominated from the 1st level to the 6th level. How could he hide it from Lin Ling? "I don't know," Lin Ling said calmly. However, the truth was indeed so. He only knew that the bead came from the Chu family. Same as time, Jianghu and the rest also noticed something. Since you don't know, I'll tell you. This bead comes from the Silver Moon race. It's called the Silver Mist bead. They lost it some time ago, but you stole it. Lord Chen's surprised expression changed to one of indifference. As expected, he was going to covet the Chu Wushu bead. In fact, Lin Ling and the rest already had this thought before they came. However, in the end, they realized that this was a big auction. Unless it was a sovereign-level treasure, the other party wouldn't have to do anything. However, they didn't expect that the auction would do something to the Chu Wushu bead. I won't tell the Silver Moon race about this. As for this bead, I'll personally hand it over to the Silver Moon race.
The middle-aged man said this and turned to enter the hall.
The women looked at each other. After all, she also knew that this bead seemed to belong to these people. As expected,
young Master Ming's expression was cold.
"How dare you?" Saint said. Gu Yi was even more furious. He wanted to rush into the hall and take back the treasure. "You guys go first. We'll handle this."
Lin Ling stopped them and cursed in his heart.
After all, this was an unexpected disaster. They were fine, but they were forced to make a move again. Chapter 5180. Who are you? Get out. Random people are not allowed to enter the Purple Wind Cave auction. How dare you? The auction will be held in 3 days. Are you up to no good by rushing in at such a time?
I don't think they have any good intentions,
a cold voice said. The middle-aged man with the surname Chen sneered inwardly. This auction was organized by all the big shots of the god clans. How dare a random person be so arrogant? However, Lin Ling and the other two didn't leave. They were still looking at the middle-aged man with the surname Chen. "You're courting death." Seeing this, the people in the hall became even more furious. "Why are you here? If you don't have a convincing explanation, you won't be able to leave today." A voice came from afar. Lin the three didn't even look at that person. Jianghu said indifferently, "What's the matter? You'll have to ask him." Of course, there were countless experts here. However, they didn't believe that the auction house would dare to help others if things got out of hand. "What's going on?" At this moment, an old man with a high status walked out. He was a middle-stage universe giant god. He shouted. He looked at the middle-aged man with the surname Chen. "Lord Ma." The middle-aged man with the surname Chen quickly bowed to the old man. Then he looked at Lin Ling and the other two and said, "I don't know these three. They're probably here to scam us. I can only say that I'm unlucky to have met them. No matter what, make them leave. The auction will start in 3 days. Don't make a fool of yourself. Besides, we're all busy. We don't have time to waste here." The old man turned and left after hearing this. Chen Quan let out a hollow laugh. He was not surprised by the scene before him. "If we don't get back our treasures today, the three of us won't leave. At most, we'll make a big scene." Lin Ling's voice was heard. He seemed calm, but there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. What arrogance! The gods in the hall were all shocked. They hadn't done anything yet, and these three had come to bully them? Lord Ma was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Ling and the other two. He didn't expect Lin Ling and the other two to be so crazy. Arrogant. Provocative. This was a direct challenge to the Purple Wind Cave's auction. He knew that no matter how powerful a god was, they would still have to follow the rules. Where did these three people get their guts from? Then let's see if you have the strength to do so. Quan Yi sneered. If these three wanted to court death, he would just let them be. Especially when he saw that Lin Ling was merely a saint-level giant universe god. His heart was filled with mockery. With this kind of strength, he could kill him with a single finger. Would it be his turn to fart? He took a step forward, wanting to attack Lin Ling. Wait! A moment later, an arm blocked his path. It was Lord Ma. In a flicker, he appeared in front of Lin Ling. Although he looked old, his eyes were like lightning, and his back was straight as he looked down at Lin Ling's group of three. "Are the three of you really planning to cause trouble?" His voice was laced with killing intent. "You should know that no matter what your background is, once you cause trouble here, the ones who will die will definitely be you, and your backers won't dare to speak up." "Is that so?" Bamboo suddenly said. "I want to know if your Purple Wind Cave is so arrogant that you dare to ignore anyone." "That's right. If you don't seek justice today, we'll just continue to cause trouble. If you want to fight or kill, the three of us will accompany you." Ling added, "If we're really swindlers, you don't need to do anything. Our masters will kill us. If we're not at fault, this matter won't end so easily. Then the three of you can stay here forever." Chen Quan couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't expect these three ants to be so bold. After all, in his opinion, with the experts of the auction taking action, these three could only swallow their hatred. Powerful godly power appeared on the surface of his body, causing the surrounding space to turn illusory. Wait! But at this moment, the old man stopped Chen Quan, still looking at Lin Ling's group. "Let them speak, Lord!" Chen Quan shouted. He couldn't understand why Lord Ma would give these three a chance to speak. "The matter is very simple. The three of us brought treasures to sell, but after this person checked our treasures, he secretly hid the treasures as well. Therefore, we entered the auction house to seek justice." Lin Ling said bluntly. "What a joke. What good treasures do the three of you have? Moreover, the auction is about to start, and the auction house has stopped accepting treasures. You should find a good reason to slander others," Chen Quan retorted. His gaze searched the surroundings and found the first woman saying, "Lord Ma, Fairy Xianxia was the one who received them. She knows the truth." Several pairs of eyes fell on Fairy Xianxia, making her nervous. She braced herself and walked over. Of course, she was also looking at Chen Quan. Seeing the coldness in his eyes,
She instantly knew what was going on.
Fairy Xianxia, you speak.
The old man said indifferently.
It's like this.
Fairy Xianxia looked at Lin Ling's group, and a trace of guilt flashed in the depths of her eyes. This ray of light, Lin Ling and the rest also saw it. They instantly knew that things were about to take a different turn. Today, they did come to sell treasures, and I tried to stop them. However, they said that they had a great treasure to sell. I knew that this was no small matter, so I had to invite Lord Chen.
Fairy Xianxia said slowly. Later Lord Chen came. I wanted to see if they had any great treasures, but in the end. After saying 3 results, she looked at Lin Ling's group and finally gritted her teeth. In the end they had nothing. As for what happened after that, I don't know, she said. She did not dare to add too much details, as she felt that she would offend people. After saying that, she left and looked at Lin Ling's group apologetically. Lin Ling's group saw this look. They were angry at this woman, but in the end, they let it go. After all, this woman was forced.
Moreover, she kept apologizing to them.
Did you hear that? That's what happened. At the same time, Chen Quan let out a sharp scream and looked coldly at Lin Ling's group. Now, what else do you have to say?
The 3 of them were silent, and they suppressed their anger in their hearts.
The 3 of them were arrogant people.
From the Dao realm to the Dao pagoda, and from the Dao pagoda to the 6th floor, when had they ever suffered such humiliation? They would rather have a decisive battle than bear this accusation.
If they did not kill Chen Quan, they would not be human.
Their eyes flashed with killing intent, and it was incomparably strong.
This, Chen Quan also saw the killing intent.
Not only was he not afraid, but he secretly sneered and shouted, "It seems that some swindlers have tricked us to the Purple Wind Cave.
Everyone, what should we do? Hee, these 3 are newcomers. The big shots from all sides do not dare to cause trouble here, but they are so unforgiving.
They are really insensible. Kill them, don't waste time."
Chapter 51-81. Mockery and ridicule could be heard in the hall. Many people were unhappy with Lin Ling and the other 2. If not for Lord Ma, they would have killed these 3 flies already. Then, Fairy Xianxia felt guilty.
She did not dare to look at Lin Ling and the other 2 in the eyes.
She was a woman after all. She was not as heartless as the other gods.
"Do the 3 of you have anything to say?"
At this time, Lord Ma's voice floated out, causing the hall to fall silent again. Many people were curious. Why did Lord Ma still give the 3 of them a chance at a time like this? We can't set a precedent like the Purple Wind Cave. Chen Quan was a little anxious because he also felt that something was wrong. Everyone has seen it with their own eyes. These 3 people are here to scam for food and drinks. How can we let them speak again and again? Moreover, the auction is about to start. It won't be good if it affects our reputation. That's right. Lord Ma, kill them. No need to talk nonsense. The auction will start in 3 days. We don't have time to play with them. Kill. Chen Quan's words were like a fuse that pushed the atmosphere to the peak again. On the other hand, Lin Ling and the other 2's expressions remained calm, but they were a little curious. Lord Ma had indeed given them too many opportunities. Only Du Qingzhu knew that Lord Ma seemed to have noticed something. He knew about their background. No. Lord Ma gave them another chance. Lin Ling would not waste it.
He said calmly, "What else can we say?"
This is your place. Even if it's white, you can twist it into black. Moreover, even if we say it, who will believe us? If you don't say it, you won't have any chance. Lord Ma replied.
"Lord Ma."
Chen Quan shouted. Quan could not hold back anymore. He came to Lord Ma and was about to attack Lin Ling. Why waste time talking nonsense with them? Just kill them. However, he felt that something was wrong. After all, Lord Ma was too easy to talk to. No. He attacked Lin Ling. However, he did not expect Lin Ling's strength to surpass his. Lin Ling immediately activated his innate talent fusion. At the same time, young Master Ming and Qingzhu assisted him. Lin Lingda reached out and destroyed the divine power outside Chen Quan's body. He then grabbed Chen Quan's neck. Strong the great universe locked down and actually suppressed all of Chen Quan's power, deciding his life and death in one fell swoop. Nolan Ling didn't kill him for the time being. Instead, he quickly searched his body. Fortunately, Chen Quan didn't leave Chu Wuzhu in the universe. Instead, he hid it on his body. Lin Ling was able to retrieve it. Under Lin Ling's storm-like attacks, Chen Quan spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted weakly.
This young man was only a martial saint.
How could he be so strong?
Looking at the hall again, it seemed as though no one had come to their senses yet.
After all, Chen Quan was a deity at the early stage of the universe giant god realm, yet he was easily subdued by a saint.
His life was now in the hands of another.
Then, they looked at Jianghu and the other two. They instantly knew that this was caused by the three of them working together. Lord Ma obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong, but Chen Quan was already captured, so he couldn't do anything.
He could only say coldly, "Your Excellency, this is too much."
Yes, too much? He took our treasures by force, slandered us as liars, and instigated the auction to kill us. Is it too much to suppress him now? Lin Ling said indifferently. You said that he took your treasures?
This matter hasn't been settled yet.
Lord Ma frowned. Chen Quan is a very reliable person. He wouldn't do such a thing to destroy his reputation.
I've known him for 100 years, so I know him well.
That's right. Lord Chen isn't that kind of person. Why aren't you releasing him? Many people believed in Chen Quan. Is that so? Lin Ling sneered.
With a wave of his right hand, a bead appeared in his hand.
This is the treasure he took from us. Now, I've taken it back from him. Humph. Do you think it's yours just because you say so? Even though Chen Quan was weak, he still tried to argue. Or rather, you were the ones who snatched it from me. Furthermore, even though you tried to hide it, I believe that everyone here saw it. That's right, I saw it. He took advantage of Lord Chen's weakness to take this treasure from him. I guess that treasure originally belonged to Lord Chen.
After he took it, he slandered it as his own.
Many people were unhappy. Lin Ling's expression did not change. He said indifferently, since you say that the treasure belongs to him, then let him tell us what the treasure is and where it came from. This. Chen Quan was speechless. He had only roughly figured out the treasure's function.
As for its origin, he did not have the time to investigate it.
He had wanted to wait until this matter was over before taking a good look at the origin of the bead.
However, Lin Ling and the others did not give him the time. My lord, please tell me.
Seeing that Chen Quan was silent, Lin Ling asked with a smile. The entire hall suddenly fell silent. The gods present were not idiots. They gradually realized that something was wrong. After all, if the bead belonged to Chen Quan, why didn't he say anything? Chen Quan? Lord Ma asked with a frown. Chen Quan secretly broke out in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is a silver moon bead from the Silver Moon clan. Once used, it can release a silver mist that can block any god's detection." Are you done? Lin Ling asked.
Ling continued with a smile. Then it's my turn.
This is Chu Wuzhu from the Chaos World's Chu family. Only the Chu family's bloodline can release the mysterious mist. Others can only release 10% of the mist. Of course, if you're strong enough, you might be able to break this restriction and unleash the full power of the bead. I know. If you don't believe me, then let Lord Ma take a look. Lin Ling said. Ling also threw the Chu Wuzhu to Lord Ma. Everyone looked at Lord Ma. Chen Quan's heart trembled. He did not expect things to turn out like this.
He only hoped that Lord Ma would not be able to see the origin of the bead.
This bead.
Lord Ma looked at it for a moment and finally raised his head.
It is indeed from the Chaos World's Chu family. Its name is Chu Wuzhu. Hearing this, Chen Quan's entire body went limp. He felt as if he had fallen into the 18 layers of hell and was beyond redemption. What? Did Lord Chen really cheat them of their beads? However, Lord Chen is a good person. He shouldn't be that kind of person.
Now that everything is clear, Lord Ma will not harm Lord Chen.
Voices came from the hall. Those who wanted to kill Lin Ling before did not dare to speak anymore.
Since the truth is out, I have nothing to say.
Lin Ling said. Ling looked around the hall. Powerful divine energy and physical strength flowed into his arm. Coupled with the suppression of the 5 realms universe, he suddenly patted Chen Quan's head. Wait! Lord Ma shouted.
Only then did Lord Ma notice and anxiously shouted. However, he was still too slow. Boom. Thump. With a loud bang, Chen Quan's head exploded in front of everyone. Blood spurted out. His soul floated into the sky, entered the bronze gate, and went to the underworld to be reincarnated.
Chapter 5182.
The hall suddenly fell silent. Then, voices drifted out. Dead. How dare you kill Lord Chen? Although Lord Chen deceived you, he doesn't deserve to die. Besides, is it your turn to deal with our auction? Anger rose in everyone's hearts. They felt that Lin Ling was not giving them any face at the auction. He slandered us, stole our treasures, and even wanted to kill them. He deserves to die. Lin Ling was not afraid at all. He looked at everyone indifferently. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Suddenly, Lord Ma's voice rang out. The entire hall fell silent. Many people looked at Lord Ma suspiciously. After all, Chen Quan was dead. Why was Lord Ma speaking up for an outsider? Chen Quan coveted the guests' treasures and violated the auction's rules. He deserved to die. Lord Ma's first sentence had shocked everyone. The auction is in 3 days. If this matter blows up, do you think it will benefit Purple Wind Cave? In the future, do you still want to come to Purple Wind Cave? If the guests had consigned an ordinary treasure, we would have just lost money. However, that Chu Wushu pearl is a precious treasure. Chen Quan's death ends this matter. No one will be able to pursue this matter. Do you have any objections? Many people's eyes flickered. They could not understand Lord Ma's intentions. However, it was undeniable that Chen Quan had violated the rules first. No objections. Someone spoke up. Following that, more people spoke up one after another. Lord Ma nodded and looked at Lin Ling and the rest. Guests, leave the Chu Wushu pearl to me. I will auction it for you. It is one of the most precious treasures. What do you think? Lord Ma is fair. I am sincerely convinced. No problem. Lin Ling said. Ling nodded. He also felt that Lord Ma was helping them. Of course they were in the right. Fairy Xianxia, come here. Lord Ma looked at the woman behind him. While the woman's face turned pale. In fact, after Chen Quan's death, she knew that things were going to be troublesome. I also violated the rules. I don't care if I die, but I hope that my friends won't be implicated. She walked out and said to Lin Ling and the rest. All right, it's up to you. Lord Bai nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Forget it, just as Lord Bai said, this matter is over. Lin Ling did not intend to punish the woman. Firstly, the woman was also forced to do so. Secondly, when the woman was slandering him, she kept apologizing. Fairy Xianxia was stunned. Fairy Xianxia, why aren't you thanking the guest? Lord Bai was also taken aback, but he suddenly smiled and said, Thank you, said Joan. Fairy Yao hurriedly bowed. She was incomparably grateful to Lin Ling and the others. All right, you can leave now. His Excellency waved his hand at him and said to Lin Ling, Guest, please follow me. There are some procedures that need to be followed to sell the treasures. Once the treasures are auctioned off, the Purple Wind Cave will take 10% of the commission. The rest will be yours. Lin Ling immediately followed behind Lord Bai. After passing through the main hall, a corridor appeared in front of them. Both sides of the corridor were filled with bamboo, and looked extremely elegant. Guests, I almost wronged you before. Here, I apologize to you. Lord Bai said as he walked. His Excellency said as he walked. His dignified expression disappeared and became a little more benevolent. It's okay, as long as we get the justice we deserve. Ling said. Lord Bai suddenly looked at Jianghu and said with a smile, Little friend, have we met before? I don't know, but I think Lord Bai should have heard of the Slanting Moon 3 Stars Cave. Jianghu said with a smile. She guessed that the reason Lord Bai helped them was probably because he had guessed something. You are indeed that old man's disciple. Lord Bai suddenly smiled bitterly. He had guessed a thing or two before because he had the chance to meet that old man once. At that time, Jianghu was also present, so he had a slight impression of him. I didn't expect that old man's disciple to also come out of the mountain. It seems that the matter of the chaotic realm ruler interfering in the Dao Tower is getting closer and closer. Lord Bai said again, then looked at Lin Ling and said, This young master is also that old man's disciple. He is my junior brother.
So that's how it is. It seems that they are all on the same side. Back then, I was fortunate enough to be helped by that old man. I still can't forget this kindness.
Don't worry, since you are that old man's disciples, I will do my best to help you in the Purple Wind Cave. By the way, our auction will have the participation of all the major god clans, Myriad Sea Clan, Ya Clan, Mountain Push Party, Silver Moon Clan, and Feng Shui Clan.
If you have a conflict with them, just mention my name.
Even if they have a great enmity with you, they won't dare to mess around with you. Moreover, the Purple Wind Cave's cave master also has karma with that old man. When he knows that you are here, he will definitely help you.
Thank you, Lord Bai. Ling and Jianghu didn't expect their master to have such great face.
I won't disturb you anymore. This is my sound transmission jade talisman.
If you have any problems, let me know.
Go down the corridor and you will see the area where the guests are. You can rest there.
Lord Bai handed over a jade talisman and bowed slightly. Lord Bai, my friends are still outside. Can you let them come in with us?
Ling suddenly said.
As long as there aren't too many people, it won't be a problem. Let Fairy Xianxia help you. Lord Bai smiled. Ling immediately thanked him and continued walking with Jianghu and the others. I didn't expect that I would take advantage of your limelight.
Young Master Ming looked around and smiled.
Of course, he was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be the disciple of that god.
It seemed that he had underestimated Lin Ling.
As for Jianghu, he had already guessed it.
Let's wait here for the 12-winged sun god and the others, lest they get lost.
After walking for a while, Lin Ling stopped and suggested. Everyone the man nodded and waited quietly in the corridor. Not long after, the thunder god and the others all arrived. Moreover, their faces were full of shock. After all, they had been waiting quietly outside the auction all this time. Moreover, they were already mentally prepared that there would be a great battle at any time. However, the battle didn't happen.
Instead, they were invited in, and they could see that the auction seemed to be very polite to them.
Of course, they also suspected that it was a trap, but after seeing Lin Ling and the others, they all relaxed.
Lin Ling,
Mother, Xiao Luan, and the others all smiled at Lin Ling. Come, let's talk as we walk. Ling Ling knew that they were curious, so he led them along the corridor and roughly told them what had happened. After a while, a garden appeared at the end of the corridor. There were artificial mountains in the garden, and rich spiritual energy was like a dense fog. Being in the garden, they felt that their cultivation speed had increased a lot. Chapter 5183.
Dear guests, this way.
Fairy Yao politely led Lin Ling and the rest forward. Judging from her appearance, she was clearly in a good mood. Then, the second half of the Dao Pagoda was already cruel enough. Previously, she had offended Lin Ling and the rest. She had thought that she would definitely die, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would spare her? Naturally, she was very grateful to Lin Ling and the rest. In addition, Lord Bai had repeatedly reminded her to take good care of Lin Ling and the rest. She found the largest pavilion and invited Lin Ling and the rest to sit inside. Then, she took out fine wine and other things and placed them on the table.
So many people? And the treatment is too good.
The gods in the surrounding pavilions looked over with furrowed brows. They were also VIPs, but the treatment was as different as heaven and earth.
There are indeed many people.
I don't know who the leader is, but there are quite a lot of beauties. Someone sneered. There are still 3 days before the auction. Let's wait here for 3 days and cultivate. Moreover, cultivating in this garden is obviously different. It's something that can only be encountered by chance. Lin Ling said to Lei Gong and the rest. Lei Gong and the rest were very happy. After all, they now had a large number of dragon stones. In addition to this cultivation treasure land, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Of course, this place was not suitable for cultivating with dragon stones, so they mostly focused on stabilizing their realms. While Lin Ling and the rest were cultivating, a figure suddenly walked towards Lin Ling. It was a youth wearing a silver robe. Behind him were 2 people, and they were not weak at all. They had the strength of a deity-level universe giant god. And that youth seemed to be a pinnacle saint universe giant god, but his aura was tyrannical. His strength was definitely extraordinary. Dear guest, that pavilion has already been reserved.
Fairy Xianxia, who had been standing outside the pavilion, suddenly panicked when she saw the youth walking over. She was responsible for serving Lin Ling and the rest. As long as she served them well, the auction would not pursue her previous mistakes. She did not want to make any mistakes at this time. Yo, you are also quite beautiful. The youth had one hand behind his back while the other hand moved towards Fairy Xianxia's face. Guess. Fairy Xianxia was shocked. She did not expect this young man to be so daring. Where are you going? Just as the young man was about to step back to avoid the attack, he frowned. A powerful force surged out and grabbed Fairy Xianxia into his arms. Dear guest, please don't. Please respect yourself. I'm an auctioneer. Fairy Yao became anxious and kept resisting. Get lost. The young man seemed to be in a bad mood. His brows twitched, and his eyes turned silver, looking extremely ferocious. With just a glance at Fairy Xianxia, her body turned into a ray of light and disappeared. That he felt as if he had gone from the lower level of the Dao Pagoda to the upper level. His body was breaking apart, but this time, it would not reform. No! Cried Joan. As Fairy Yao watched herself disappear, she frantically screamed in panic. This is the sound also woke up Lin Ling and the others in the gazebo. Originally, they thought that this was an auction and nothing would happen, so they all calmed down and stabilized their cultivation. Only when Fairy Xianxia shouted did they realize that Fairy Xianxia had disappeared. Death, yes. The fairy who had politely greeted them just now died in front of everyone's eyes. What? At this moment, young Master Ming's pupils shrank. He was the first to stand up, his eyes burning with anger. He was a person who was both righteous and evil, but he had always been protective of his own people. Fairy Xianxia was in charge of receiving them, and in his eyes, she was half of his people. How could he allow an outsider to humiliate her? Even more. Moreover, she was killed in front of him, which was more like a slap to his face. Similarly, Jianghu and Lin Ling's pupils shrank. Fairy Xianxia had slandered them before, but she was obviously a kind person. She did not become cold and heartless in order to protect herself. In the process of slandering them, she kept apologizing to them. Lin Ling and the others also considered this woman half a friend. In the end, no one expected that Fairy Xianxia would not die in Chen Quan's hands, but in the hands of an unknown young man. There are a few beautiful women. At this moment, the silver-robed young man was still walking forward, as if the people he had killed were dust, ants, and not worth his attention. He walked into the small pavilion and smiled at Longyang. The 12-winged young god said, I am Xianxia, from the Silver Moon clan. I am the direct descendant of the Silver Moon ancestor god Silver Moon. It is a pleasure to meet you. He had killed Fairy Xianxia, but it was as if nothing had happened. He ignored Lin Ling and the others. Scram! Longyang and the 12-winged young god said at the same time. They were also angry about Fairy Xianxia's death. Ha ha ha, when a beauty is angry, it is a different kind of flavor. I like it, I like it. Xianxia laughed and said to the two experts behind him, Look, when the other women saw me, they all panicked or took the initiative to hug me. Only these two women told me to scram. Isn't it interesting? Young master, it is indeed interesting. The two experts laughed as well. They spoke as they pleased, ignoring everyone in the garden, which attracted a lot of attention. I was wondering who was so arrogant. It is Xianxia. This guy is the 9th son of the Silver Moon ancestor. Many people whispered, but no one dared to talk about it. Little beauties, I will give you one more chance. Come into my arms. Don't tell me to scram. It is fun to hear this once, but it will be boring to hear it a second time. After all, I am not a patient person, and I don't like cold beauties. Xianxia said again at this time. Scram! The two women shouted angrily again, and their bodies were full of killing intent. Silver Xianxia was still smiling, but his smile gradually became cold. He was the direct descendant of the Silver Moon clan, and he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He had never been humiliated like this. Even more. So many people in the garden were looking at him, which made him feel embarrassed. Bitch, I gave you face but you don't want it. His eyes turned silver, and he attacked Longyang and the young man. However, Longyang and the young man were not weak. 16 wings appeared on the back of the 12-winged sun god, and the light of the sun was blooming. They collided with the silver light, while a sword appeared in Longyang's hand, which was even more terrifying. When she waved it, a mysterious light appeared, and the silver light could not hurt Longyang and the young man at all.
What's going on?
Everyone in the garden was shocked. 10. They recognized the sun god with 2 wings. He was from the sun god clan. They were surprised by the other beautiful woman. Her sword had a powerful mysterious power, which made people feel that it was invulnerable. Most importantly, this power was between life and vitality, which was very strange. It is the power of eternal life. An old man exclaimed. Eternal life. The power of life represented eternal life. Whoever controlled this power would be able to obtain eternal life. If this power was used on someone else, that person would also be able to obtain eternal life. As long as that person didn't enter the underworld, no matter how great their injuries were, they wouldn't die. No one expected that the 2 women would be so powerful that they could block Xianxia's attack.
Chapter 51-84.
Go to hell. Go! As the 2 of them fought against Xianxia, a bronze door appeared and suppressed Xianxia. Young Master Ming had made his move. As soon as the bronze door appeared, everyone felt as if they were facing death. Their powers were all affected. Death. Even gods were afraid of death, let alone humans. When the feeling of death came, even the most strong-willed people would feel a ripple in their heart. If they were people who craved for life and feared death, they would be scared half to death and lose all hope of surviving. Why does he control such a powerful force? It doesn't look like the force of the universe. Some people were not affected, but they looked serious. They knew that once this force grew stronger, it would be extremely terrifying. What is this? Xianxia, who was in the spotlight, turned pale. He did not expect these people to fight back. Moreover, these people were so powerful. Crack, crack, crack. Even as his eyes widened in shock, a hand reached out toward him. It was a hand made of bone, as white as jade. When Xianxia looked down, he realized that his heart had been pierced through, and his deity heart had been ripped out of his body. Bang, bang, bang. He could even hear his own heart beating. Ah! He shouted with difficulty. He wanted to fight back, but Longyang and the 12-winged sun god were suppressing him. Moreover, the bronze door was affecting his condition. Those who see the bronze door have no control over your life. A cold voice floated in front of him. Young Master Ming was looking at Xianxia coldly. You! Xianxia shouted. Genesis roared with great difficulty as he watched his own heart being pulled out and crushed by Qin Wentian. This process could be said to be the greatest torture in life. After all, he was watching himself die slowly. 100 questions arose in his heart. Why did these people want to kill him? Difficult. Was it because he had flirted with the 2 women? Only yes, it was just flirting. Was it necessary to kill him? Were these people more domineering than the Silver Moon clan? Young Master. The 2 powerful people finally reacted. After all, they did not expect Xianxia to fight back and be so powerful. All of them unleashed their powers to save Xianxia. Although Silver Creation's heart had been crushed, but it wasn't completely destroyed. Gods were powerful, so as long as it wasn't completely destroyed, it could still be restored. Help me! Genesis sensed this and shouted weakly. Senior sister. At this moment, Lin Ling and Jianghu looked at each other. Then with tacit understanding, they erupted with all their strength, one against one. The 2 of them were very strong. Even if Lin Ling went all out against one of them, he would not be able to kill his opponent in a short period of time. Of course, his goal was to block the other party. In addition, he didn't want to casually expose the Sword of Faith, so he had hidden a few trump cards. Again looking at Jianghu, she had easily blocked her opponent. These people are so strong. Many people exclaimed again. Piss off. The 2 experts looked anxious, but they couldn't beat back Lin Ling and his companion. Go to hell. Looking at young Master Ming, he did not even look at the 2 powerhouses. Instead, he was staring at Xianxia. Although of course, he and Jianghu were rivals, and he had only met Lin Ling once. However, he believed in Lin Ling and his companion's character. Lin Ling and his companions were both righteous and evil, but they were all people of principle. In the ancient universe, Gods who had done all kinds of evil would die without a doubt unless they were strong enough. Most gods who were like the Virgin Mary did not live long. Only a god with principles would be able to live longer.
How is this possible?
Genesis sensed the change behind him, and he was shocked again.
A group of people.
Their cultivation levels were not high, but they were so strong. Most importantly, such a terrifying group of people had gathered together.
Bang!
Netherworld fire burned, and Xianxia's deity heart completely dissipated. He said coldly, "The Silver Moon God clan will not let you go." After saying that, his soul was sucked into the bronze door and disappeared into the sky.
Do you think you'll be fine after entering the Netherworld?
Unfortunately, you've entered my Netherworld. Young Master Ming looked at the sky and said coldly.
Linling and Xianxia were shocked.
Could it be that young Master Ming's universe was a new Netherworld? No wonder young Master Ming was one of the 9 stars of the universe.
It's your turn.
Young Master Ming looked at the 2 powerhouses. He opened the bronze door and helped Linling kill his opponent.
Then he helped Xianxia.
In a short period of time, the powerhouses of the Silver Moon God clan were all killed. Young Master Ming walked back, and his expression was still cold. Linling and Xianxia exchanged a glance. They could tell why young Noble Ming was so angry.
Most likely, it was because of Fairy Qiongyao's death.
Linling and the others were also enraged by Fairy Qiongyao's death, and they would also act like young Noble Ming. However, they did not expect young Master Ming to be angrier than them.
This person is really strange. Xianxia smiled secretly.
Linling thought about how he killed young Master Ming in the tomb on the 1st level. He did not expect young Master Ming to not avenge them.
Could it be because of Ning Qingxin? These people are crazy. This is the 6th floor.
There are many experts from the Silver Moon clan here. They killed a direct descendant of the Silver Moon Divine clan, the son of the Divine Ancestor. The Silver Moon clan will never let them go. In the garden, all the gods returned to their seats. Linling and his companions were still sitting. They could hear what the gods were saying. However, they did not care about it. They had an irreconcilable feud with the Silver Moon God clan. Even if Xianxia did not provoke them, they would not let him go.
Xianxia is dead. At this moment, the auction house received the news.
Lord Bai's expression changed drastically. Lord Bai, those people are really bold. Not only did they kill Lord Chen Quan, they even killed the young master of the Silver Moon God clan in the auction house.
What should we do?
Someone asked worriedly. Don't touch them. Let them deal with the Silver Moon God clan themselves. We will not interfere. Lord Ma said after thinking for a while. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lord Ma to still help those people. Those people did not kill an ordinary person. They killed Xianxia. Lord Ma, shouldn't we let the manager know about this? Besides, he might not agree with your decision.
Someone said.
No. After a while, an order came. The manager has said that this matter has nothing to do with the auction house. The auction will continue. No. Everyone in the auction house was shocked. The manager was also helping those people. Could it be that those guests had a powerful background? And the manager was the person with the highest status in the auction house. Since he had said so, no one dared to say anything.
Time passed quietly.
The auction had officially begun. The treasures of the gods from different eras were put up for auction. The currency of the auction was dragon stones. No. While the auction was in full swing, on the other side of the auction house, the ancient Myriad Sea tribe. Chen Quan is dead.
Chapter 5185.
In the camp of the Myriad Oceanic tribe, a dozen figures were looking at the corpse on the ground. It was Chen Quan's corpse. Chen Quan is a guest elder of the Myriad Oceanic tribe. He represents the Myriad Oceanic tribe.
How did he die?
An old man with blue skin and ears like conches said coldly. How dare they? Chen Quan represents the Myriad Oceanic tribe to invest in the Purple Wind Cave. Doesn't the Purple Wind Cave know who he is? Who is the murderer? We must avenge him and destroy his entire tribe. Murderer! The people of the Myriad Oceanic tribe shouted angrily. Your Majesty, the Purple Wind Cave sent word that Chen Quan violated the rules and was killed. The god in charge of bringing Chen Quan's corpse back said.
Do you think the auction house can do anything about it?
The old man who spoke first said angrily.
No, Chen Quan was not killed by the auction house. He was killed by a guest. I heard that Chen Quan was greedy for their treasures and violated the rules. Therefore, the guest killed him. The auction house could not do anything about it, so they could only send the corpse back. Guest? What kind of guest is that? What kind of treasure is worth a life?
I heard that it's the final treasure. The final treasure.
After hearing those words, the anger of the myriad oceanic tribes subsided a little. After all, the final treasure was no small matter. It was no wonder that the guest would kill someone out of anger if they were greedy for it. Of course, the myriad oceanic tribe was one of the 12 divine tribes. Even if their people were in the wrong, the myriad oceanic tribe would deal with it. Where are the guests now?
The old man said coldly.
He's still in the Purple Wind Cave, but I just received news that those guests killed Silver Genesis. How dare they kill Xianxia? The 6th floor is going to be in chaos. What did the Purple Wind Cave say about this?
The Purple Wind Cave ignored it.
That's strange. According to the auction house's style, they would capture Xianxia and send him to the Silver Moon tribe. Since the auction house ignored it, it means that the guests have a powerful background.
The old man pondered and said coldly, no matter what, the Purple Wind Cave did not dare to touch them.
If the myriad oceanic tribe dares to do so, the Purple Wind Cave will not be peaceful. At the same time, on the other side of the Silver Moon clan, endless moonlight sprinkled down from the sky, making the entire valley holy. A huge statue sat on the ground. This statue was completely transparent, as if it was condensed from light. Its aura was incomparably powerful. He did not look like a statue, because he was alive, and more importantly, he was breathing. With a single breath, an endless amount of light dust sprinkled out, dyeing the entire valley silver.
Moreover, if one looked carefully, on the cliff of the valley, a large number of experts were also cultivating.
Their bodies were also emitting silver moonlight.
My lord, young Master Genesis is dead.
However, a phantom-like figure walked in. Because under the moonlight, this person turned into a blur, and nothing could be seen clearly.
Only yes, as soon as his voice sounded, the entire valley suddenly became silent.
Everyone stopped breathing. What? My 9th brother is dead.
The largest statue in the valley let out a furious roar.
Swish-la-la. He stood up, a gust of wind blew. The moonlight seemed to materialize as a vortex appeared around him. He was killed by a group of unknown guests in the Purple Wind Cave, and the Purple Wind Cave did not care about this matter.
How dare they?
The Purple Wind Cave originally had members of our Silver Moon clan, and now that they are dead, they did not care. Since the Purple Wind Cave did not care, the Silver Moon clan will take care of it ourselves. Lord Genesis Universe, should we go to the Purple Wind Cave immediately? Go! All the Silver Moon clan members in this area go out and bring those people back for the deity race to deal with. The valley suddenly became dazzling, and a large number of Silver Moon gods stood up. Judging by their appearances, they were all giant universe gods. On the other side, the Purple Wind Cave auction was held as scheduled. It was in full swing and extremely lively. All the gods in the vicinity had gathered to purchase the items that they wanted. 2 major incidents have happened in the auction. I'm afraid the Purple Wind Cave will not be peaceful. In a bamboo forest, a god in armor cupped his hands and bowed. Yes, a storm is coming in the Purple Wind Cave. Looking at the bamboo forest, a middle-aged man in a loose white robe held a sprinkler in his hand and was watering the bamboo shoots in the forest. According to my estimation, the Myriad Sea Clan and the Silver Moon Clan will come here to ask for those people. Let them come. The Purple Wind Cave will not interfere in this matter, but we will not send them to their doorstep. Manager, why? Although we will not interfere, we will still offend the 2 deity races.
You must know that the reason the Purple Wind Cave is able to hold an auction here is because the deity races have given us face.
This matter cannot be explained in a few words. I can only say that we cannot afford to offend those guests.
After a round of discussion, the god's expression turned solemn.
Don't worry, our Violet Wind Caves auction has the backing of a few great divine clans. With just the Myriad Oceanic Clan and Silver Moon Clan, they wouldn't dare act rashly. They can only vent their anger on those guests, and whether those guests can overcome this calamity will depend on their luck.
At the very least, we've helped them.
The white-robed middle-aged man smiled.
At the same time, Lin Ling and the others were sitting quietly in the auction house, watching all kinds of rare treasures being auctioned off. They were VIPs and had the right to bid first. Moreover, if the price difference was not big, they could also bid first for the treasures. Guests, this is what happened. Someone beside Lin Ling and the other two reminded them in a low voice. Okay, we know. Jianghu waved his hand and dismissed the person. Then he looked at Lin Ling and young Master Ming and said, "It seems that Chen Quan's background is not small. He belongs to the Myriad Sea clan. Now, the Myriad Sea clan and the Silver Moon clan are coming to settle accounts with us. The manager of the auction house asked us if we should leave now or after the auction. The manager of the auction house is quite generous. We killed someone in his territory, but he did not arrest us. Instead, he reminded us." Young Master Ming laughed.
"It is probably useless to leave. After we killed that person, someone must be watching us. Why don't we leave after the auction?"
Lin Ling suggested after pondering for a while. "Junior brother, you are right. Since this is the case, let's stay here for now. What will come sooner or later." Jianghu nodded and told Lei Gong and the others the news so that they could be mentally prepared. "I want to see how powerful the Myriad Sea clan and the Silver Moon clan are." Although they knew that trouble was coming, none of them were afraid. After all, the Myriad Sea clan and the Silver Moon clan were their old rivals. Moreover, they were unwilling to back down from the previous incident. Therefore, they would deal with it as it came. This auction is a soul demise stone. It can increase one's understanding of the universe and increase one's soul power. The starting price is 10 dragon stones.
Chapter 5186.
Lin Ling shook his head. This kind of treasure can only increase one's soul force by a limited amount. Even in the universe, it can only increase one's soul force by a small amount. It's not worth much. In terms of soul force and understanding of the universe, Lin Ling could be considered a grandmaster.
I see.
Everyone nodded. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care about this treasure, but others didn't. They fought over it until their heads bled. In the end, the soul demise stone was bought for 320 dragon stones, and it was won by a woman. Except. Next, the auction continued. Along the way, Xianxia, Longyang, and the others took a fancy to the treasures they wanted and won them. They had a good harvest in the mountain valley and didn't lack dragon stones. No. Unknowingly, it was time for the finale treasures, and there were many of them. The entire auction house fell silent. Everyone's breathing quickened. After all, although the treasures in the auction were rare, they weren't unobtainable. The finale treasures were usually one of a kind. It was hard to buy them even if you had money. The first finale treasure, jade-clothed flesh fruit. The fruit floated out. It was wrapped in lotus leaves and looked like a piece of meat. It emitted a sweet fragrance. What kind of fruit is this? Many people were curious. This is a fruit that floats in the Chaos Realm's void. In the Grand Mist era, there were many such fruits, but there aren't many now. It is said that this is the food of the giant god race and the panga race. It can greatly increase one's physical strength and strengthen one's body. However, not everyone can eat this fruit. The starting price is 500 dragon stones. Each bid increases by 10 dragon stones. A voice floated out. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This treasure had deeply attracted him. This treasure that could increase one's physical strength was just right for him. I didn't expect that there would be something I like in this auction. Lin Ling licked his lips. He was determined to win. Junior brother, buy it. Jianghu saw Lin Ling's expression and hurriedly advised, "You don't have enough dragon stones. I have some here. Buy as many dragon stones as you want." On the other hand, Lin Ling had also obtained a lot of dragon stones in the valley. It was enough for the auction. However, Lin Ling wanted to save some dragon stones. He shook his head and said, "There's no rush. Let's see how things go." While they were talking, someone had already made a bid. The first bid was 550 crystals. 600 dragon stones. Is 600 a lot? I'll pay 700. If you have the ability, then compete with me. 800 dragon stones. The scene was very lively. Originally, the final treasure was no small matter. In addition, it was a rare fruit that could increase one's physical strength. This was something that couldn't be missed.
No voices continued to ring out, causing the price to soar to 1,000 pieces. After reaching this price, the number of people bidding finally decreased a little. But Lin Ling's expression was still ugly. He didn't expect it to be so popular.
It was beyond his expectations. 1,300 dragon stones. The old voice suddenly rang out and eliminated many more people. There was a brief moment of silence.
3,000 dragon stones. However, Lin Ling's voice floated out. This time, he had more than doubled the price. Everyone was shocked, and countless gazes looked towards Lin Ling.
The main reason was that the price had increased too much.
It's him, the accomplice who killed Xianxia. They haven't left yet. How bold. That guy with a sneer on his face killed Xianxia.
This person dares to snatch the treasure.
I don't think he's a good person. Whispers could be heard.
No one dared to bid anymore.
However, it wasn't that people were afraid. They just didn't want to get into trouble.
In many people's eyes, that group of people was doomed.
3,000 dragonstones going once, going twice, going thrice. Sold. The old voice sounded. The treasure was now Lin Ling's. Lin Ling was relieved. He had finally gotten it. When he saw the price soar, he couldn't help but make a move. Moreover, he raised the price in one go to shock everyone. Fruit. However, many people were shocked. They thought that Lin Ling was rich. However, after calming down, they realized that it was not a loss to buy a fruit that could increase one's physical strength with 3,000 dragonstones. Although the dragonstones were precious, as long as they stayed on the 6th floor, they could get them back sooner or later. However, if they missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. So, many people began to feel annoyed and helpless. At this time, a large number of people walked into the hall and sat down. They looked around. Judging by the color of their skin, they were obviously from the Wanhai tribe. It's them. That white-haired man is the one who killed Chen Quan. Someone pointed at Lin Ling and said. His voice was loud, and the auction house quieted down. The auction was temporarily stopped. Clap. The auction house didn't chase away the people from the Wanhai tribe. Firstly, they had the right to come in. Secondly, the Wanhai tribe had shares in the auction house. They were not to be trifled with. They're so slow. Ling looked at the people from the Wanhai tribe and shook his head with a smile. He was not surprised by their appearance at all. They came in the second half of the auction. They're really slow. Young Master Ming said coldly. He looked at the group and shook his head. He thought that some strong people had come, but it was a group of early-stage universe giant gods. It seemed that this group of people didn't know that Chen Quan was killed by Lin Ling. Maybe they guessed that it was the auction house that helped Lin Ling kill Chen Quan. The Wanhai tribe is here. It should be the Silver Moon tribe soon. Green said. Bamboo smiled. However, the Wanhai tribe is really overbearing. They actually dared to stop the auction. It seems that they came prepared. At this time a cold voice was heard. Did you kill Elder Chen Quan? Stop hiding and come out. Hide? Ling Ling shook his head. He knew that these enemies would come and find him. He didn't plan to hide. I'll do it. Young Master Ming suddenly said. I killed Chen Quan, right? I'll do it. You guys just sit down. Later, the Silver Moon tribe will be here too. You guys will have the chance to attack then. Ling said to young Master Ming and the others. He walked out and looked at the group of people from the Wanhai tribe. I'm the manager of the Wanhai tribe in the Purple Wind Cave area. The man stood up and looked at Lin Ling with murderous eyes. On the 6th floor. The 6th floor was where the various deity tribes gathered. They had their own headquarters and minded their own business. Of course, every deity tribe had many headquarters. The main reason was that the 6th floor was too big. He's the manager of the Wanhai tribe. Keske, there's a good show to watch. After knowing the background of the man, they were even more delighted. I'm Wan Zhong too. The man continued. Come back with me obediently. Don't think about escaping. You guys can't escape. The moment he said that, many people's eyes flashed. The male from the Myriad Seas clan was a deity at the early stage of the universe giant god realm. Although he was quite strong, he had personally witnessed the trio killing Xianxia in the garden. And, The three of them were early-stage universe giant gods. Silver Genesis was a saint, but his combat power was obvious to all. He was comparable to an early-stage universe giant god, but he was still killed in the end. This showed that the strength of this group was extraordinary. Chapter 5187. What's your name? Jianghu asked again. It was as if he dominated the entire process. You don't have the right to know my name. I'm afraid you'll be scared out of your wits. Ling finally spoke. You're the same as Chen Quan. You're both idiots. Do you know what you're saying? Jianghu emanated coldness that could crush the soul of others. He'd thought that their limbs would definitely go limp and kneel down to beg for mercy, but he hadn't expected that they would disregard him, and the white-haired man would even look down upon him. You're courting death. He unleashed his strength, and his divine power surged like an ocean. Whoosh! Shadows appeared, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws like tentacles. A giant octopus appeared behind Jianghu. It was his divine body. The divine body of the Wan Hai tribe was related to the sea. It was said that they were the ancestors of the sea. Boom! Rumble! All of a sudden, the auction house began to tremble. The roof of the auction house suddenly opened, and a light screen appeared to protect the entire auction house. The auction house was located in the Purple Wind Cave, and there were countless treasures being auctioned. Therefore, they had already prepared for emergencies. People also dispersed and left the auction house to watch. That white-haired man is only a saint, and Jianghu is a deity. How can he fight? Jianghu has a divine body. He's definitely not an ordinary deity. Voices of assessment floated out. Only the deities in the garden knew that this battle wasn't as simple as it seemed. Again, Jianghu had already unleashed his full strength, and his eyes were filled with anger. He was the manager of this area, and the Wan Hai tribe had entrusted him with an important task. Now, nobody dared to look down on him. Today, he was going to establish his prestige in the Purple Wind Cave. Lord Manager, kill him! Cheers rang out from the myriad sea tribe side. They all believed that it would be a piece of cake for the manager to attack a saint. Boom! Rumble! The tentacles of the octopus shot toward Lin Ling like swords. The divine power was incomparably huge, reaching hundreds of trillions. Hundreds of trillions of divine power. I've only fused with 15 trillion divine power. This guy's strength isn't much weaker than King Wan Tao. Unfortunately, I have many dragon stones above me, but I don't have time to refine and break through. Go all out. Lin Ling knew that if he didn't use his full strength, he definitely wouldn't be his opponent. After all, the difference between the two of them was a great realm. Boom. He activated innate skill fusion and Pangu's strike appeared. His divine power was unrivaled. Soon after, he shot towards Jianghu like a cannonball. Ding ding dang dang. Countless tentacles containing terrifying divine power landed on Lin Ling's body, but they were repelled by a powerful force. It was the power of his physical body. After activating the ancient strike, Lin Ling's godly power was temporarily invincible. Of course, there was a limit to this invincibility. For example, right now, facing hundreds of trillions of godly power, Lin Ling felt waves of intense pain coming from his body. And furthermore, Panga's attack duration was shorter than usual. Dang, however, this was enough, because Lin Ling had already appeared in front of Jianghu, causing Jianghu's expression to change. Divine power is ineffective? What a joke! He was somewhat confused. This was the first time he saw divine power being ineffective. It was extremely heaven-defying. After all, the basic attack of a god was divine power. Now that the basic attack was ineffective, how was he going to fight? Cloud of heavy earth. Suddenly, Jianghu released a loud shout, opening his mouth to spit out terrifying clouds and mist. This was heavy poison universe. It was a divine power that fused his godly body with the universe. You want to poison me? Unfortunately, you're dreaming. Ling didn't dare to touch the poisonous cloud casually. Although his physical body was strong, his opponent's godly body wasn't weak either. He activated Lin Ling Universe to block all poisonous things. Universe of 5 realms. Heavy Earth shouted again. Why was this saint-level universe so difficult to deal with? Your luck has come to an end. After blocking 2 powerful attacks from Jianghu, Lin Ling activated his trump card and intimidated Wan Zhongtu's soul. Shwa shwa shwa. Only behind Wan Zhongtu's octopus body, countless tentacles were cut off as if they were cut by a knife. Wan Zhongtu's godly body was indeed powerful. It could actually block soul power. Sword of Faith. Ling knew that although Wan Zhongtu blocked Universe 3 Extreme's break, he had lost the means to attack. After all his tentacles were cut off, and it would take time for them to grow again. Dazzling light sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. This sword didn't seem powerful, but it was extremely dazzling as if it came from the beginning of the universe. Wan Zhongtu Heavy Earth's pupils trembled. This sword didn't seem huge, but it was too dazzling. It was as if it could burn him and give him a lot of pressure. Shwa! When the sword slashed down, a burning smell drifted out. A dazzling sword mark appeared on Wan Zhongtu's body. From top to bottom, he was cut in half. He raised his head and looked at the white-haired man in front of him. The corner of his mouth moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't expect that he would be defeated. Again, the people of the ocean race who were cheering were speechless and dumbfounded. Their leader had been defeated in battle. They wanted to help, but after seeing the dazzling white sword in Lin Ling's hand, they didn't dare to move. They almost fainted. Why was the white-haired man so powerful? Why didn't anyone tell them? While Lin Ling also withdrew the Sword of Faith because he realized that Wan Zhongtu was very powerful. His sword had consumed a lot of power of faith. Then, he looked to the other side and saw a piece of flesh wriggling on the ground. Then it slowly turned into a human. It was Wan Zhongtu. This guy didn't die? Lin Ling was secretly shocked. It seemed that Wan Zhongtu was indeed unique in being able to become a divine race. After all, after his Sword of Faith, no one had survived. Wan Zhongtu was the first. No. Wan Zhongtu, who was revived, was very pale. His eyes were filled with fear. He could revive because his original body was an octopus. Even if he was cut in half, he could revive through the body. Who the hell is this guy? Voices kept rising in his mind. Manager, do we still want to catch them? Someone from the myriad oceanic race asked. Wan Zhongtu almost cursed it out loud. Could they catch them in this situation? Could they catch them? Let's go. He didn't dare to stay and planned to bring more experts. Go. Seeing that guy was about to run away, Lin Ling immediately sneered. Do you think you can still escape? As soon as he spoke, everyone was shocked. Humph. Wan Zhongtu snorted coldly. You're very strong. We underestimated you. But you have to understand that I'm just a manager of the Myriad Sea Tribe. There are many people like me in the Myriad Sea Tribe. You can't afford to provoke me. I can't afford to offend you? Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Wan Zhongtu indifferently. With just one look, Wan Zhongtu and the others felt their scalps go numb. That smile and expression made them panic because a thought had appeared in their minds. This white-haired man wanted to kill them all. Crazy. Chapter 5188. What does he mean? Is he going to kill Wan Zhongtu and the others? That's impossible. That's impossible. This is the 6th level. If he dares to touch Wan Zhongtu and the others, it's tantamount to angering the myriad oceanic race. Offending the myriad oceanic race on the 6th level is tantamount to digging one's own grave. He's definitely just trying to scare them. Everyone in the auction was discussing animatedly. Lin Ling was still looking at Wan Zhongtu. Wan Zhongtu was silent, but he was very nervous. This was because he could clearly sense killing intent from Lin Ling's appearance. He felt that Lin Ling was really going to kill them. No. However, the myriad oceanic race behind Wan Zhongtu didn't think so. They thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to touch them. 10. Who in the Tao Pagoda didn't know about the majesty of the god race? Apart from a few gods, very few people dared to go against the god race. You're strong. We can't stop you, but you should know that if you dare to kill us, you'll be wanted by the myriad oceanic race. Where can you escape to? Behind Wan Zhongtu, an old man smiled faintly and said, I'll say something else. If you really want to kill us, you'd better do it now. When we leave, you won't have the chance. When Wan Zhongtu heard this, he felt that something was wrong. Was this a provocation? If it was a provocation to someone with a guilty conscience,
the effect would be 100%. However, if it was a provocation to someone who wanted to kill, the effect would be the opposite.
Thank you for the reminder.
In order to not let you down, it seems that I should do it now.
As expected, Lin Ling said faintly. The faith sword appeared in his hand again. Although it was much dimmer than before, it was still sharp. Most importantly, Wan Zhongtu was now seriously injured and might not be able to block his sword. The gods of the myriad oceanic race stared. This guy really dared to kill them?
Run!
Wan Zhongtu had already guessed Lin Ling's intention.
At this moment, he roared and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the distance. Run!
The other gods of the myriad oceanic race reacted. They weren't stupid and fled in all directions. Let's see how Lin Ling will chase after them. Don't chase me, don't chase me. While Zhongtu was fleeing, he was shouting in his heart. After that, he turned around to take a look, and his pupils instantly trembled. Because Lin Ling was walking towards him. As for the other members of the myriad oceanic tribe, there were other experts chasing after them.
And from the looks of it, those people were very strong, able to kill a deity-level giant universe god.
Who the hell are these people?
His heart rumbled like thunder. It was one thing for one person to be able to battle above their level, but by the looks of it now, it seemed that everyone could do so.
This was practically a gathering camp for prodigies of the gods. However, he didn't have time to be shocked. He stared at Lin Ling, who was shooting towards him and anxiously wanted to escape. At the same time, a dazzling sword slashed down from the sky. Although of course, Lin Ling could no longer use Panga's strike. However, with his talent fusion and Lin Ling's universe, his strength was still very strong. While the myriad gravity earth was already heavily injured. How could it still block? Blood spurted out from the sky as a tentacle fell from the sky. It was the tentacle of the 10,000-layer earth. His godly body was indeed powerful. He was actually still alive after being killed twice. What a powerful godly body. Lin Ling was also secretly shocked.
However, he could also sense that the second strike was much simpler than the first.
This meant that the power of the myriad gravity earth was weakening. Let's see how many strikes you can block. Lin Ling sensed the faith sword and realized that the number of times he could use it was limited. However, it should be more than enough to kill the myriad gravity earth. Don't kill me. Spare me. The myriad gravity earth was getting weaker and weaker. He kept begging for mercy, but what greeted him was a strike. Pa! Another tentacle fell to the ground. Pa! Pa! More and more tentacles appeared. Finally, the myriad gravity earth was killed. On the other side, the myriad oceanic tribe god was also killed. His corpse fell to the ground, and his treasures were plundered. After that, Jianghu and the others flew back and gathered around Lin Ling. Lin Ling, are you leaving? Jianghu asked. Of course not. Our Chu Wuzhu hasn't been auctioned yet. Lin Ling shook his head. Killing the myriad oceanic tribe god will probably attract more experts. When that happens, it will be even harder to leave. Saint Guyi said. If we are trapped in the Purple Wind Cave, we won't be able to escape. Ray said. Gong, Longyang, and the others were also worried. Although they were mentally prepared, they did not want to be trapped in one place. Now we can't leave. Lin Ling shook his head. Even if we leave now, we will be caught halfway. Moreover, I have a feeling that they won't dare to act recklessly in the Purple Wind Cave. If we leave, it will be more troublesome. Lin Ling is right. Ming agreed. However, this choice is also very dangerous. It will depend on our luck. Everyone had followed Lin Ling for a long time. They had been through many life and death situations, so they agreed with Lin Ling's choice. They landed on the ground. These people are so strong. Many of them are saints, but they are so strong that they can kill gods. How could an ordinary god do something like this? Who are they? Seeing Lin Ling and the others return, many people's faces were solemn. Gods who could fight above their level were rare. The most terrifying thing was that these gods were gathered together. Moreover, no one knew the origin of this group of people. If they were newcomers, it would be terrifying. They gave people the feeling that they were a fierce dragon crossing the river. They still haven't left? Do they really want to go against the myriad oceanic clan? I heard that they killed a big shot of the Silver Moon tribe. When the time comes,
the myriad oceanic tribe will not be the only ones coming for them. I'm afraid the Purple Wind Cave will not be peaceful. It was only after the auction continued that everyone's attention was diverted. Lord Manager, those guests have killed the myriad Sea Clan's people. Outside, someone reported to the master of the auction. Zhu in the forest, the middle-aged man in white could not help but smile bitterly. What a group of people with such a strong background. Master, what should we do now?
Let them do what they want.
We won't interfere in this matter.
Let them solve it themselves.
However, the people of the myriad oceanic tribe died in our auction. We can't leave them alone.
Do as I say.
The middle-aged man's voice became dignified. It was not until the reporting god left that he smiled bitterly.
What can I do if the myriad oceanic tribe puts pressure on them?
They are the disciples of that old man. That old man is probably going to enter the Tao Pagoda. If I don't do this well, it will be difficult to meet him in the future. Now the myriad oceanic tribe and the Silver Moon tribe are putting pressure on them.
It seems that I have to think of a way.
Forget it.
If they stay in the Purple Wind Cave, then I will do my best to protect them. It can be considered as repaying that old man's kindness.
The middle-aged man finally made a decision.
Back then, Patriarch Bodhi had helped him once. He had been thinking of ways to repay this kindness.
Of course, if that was all, he could choose not to interfere in this matter.
It could be considered as repaying the kindness. But Patriarch Bodhi was one of the 8 gods of the Chaos Realm. Now, not only was he repaying the kindness, but he had also helped him once. In the future, Patriarch Bodhi would definitely help him again if he did not want to cause an effect. Chapter 5189. On the other side, the auction was still going on. However, the previous battle was still lingering in people's minds. Many people began to guess the origin of this group of people. Unfortunately, in the second half of the Tao Pagoda, there were many gods who rose like comets, and each of them could fight above their level. They were very powerful, so they could not guess the origin of this group of people for a while. They only knew that this group of people would inevitably clash with the Myriad Sea Tribe and the Silver Moon Clan. Unfortunately, no one knew. Even if there was no such thing, if the Myriad Sea Tribe and the Silver Moon Clan knew about Lin Ling's origin, they would still kill Lin Ling. This was also the reason why Lin Ling had killed so easily before. Although the auction had begun, no matter what treasures were taken out, people would more or less look at Lin Ling and the others before bidding. If Lin Ling and the others opened their mouths, they would not raise the price for fear of offending this group of people. After all, a guy who dared to kill people in an auction and was safe and sound, this kind of person could not be provoked. These people seem to be afraid of us. Gradually, young Master Ming also noticed this strange scene. That's true, but do we really look that fierce? Qing Zhu said with a wry smile.
I guess we are very fierce.
Dragon Mother nodded as if she was serious. Lin Ling also had a wry smile on his face, but he did not care.
Since others had let them have it, when they saw a suitable treasure, naturally, they would not be unreasonable.
The next treasure is an extremely rare meteorite. It is said that it is one of the materials needed to refine a universe-level divine weapon, Panga's godly axe. At this time, an irregular stone that looked like a meteorite floated up. The stone was about the size of a millstone. It did not release any spiritual energy and looked very ordinary. One of the materials for Pangu's godly axe? I have Pangu's real body. If I have Pangu's godly axe, I will be able to exert its power greatly. Lin Ling's eyes were constantly flashing, but he secretly shook his head. Panga's godly axe was definitely made of more than one stone. Moreover, this kind of godly axe, even if one had the materials, who could refine it? Therefore, he was only a little tempted, but he didn't plan to take it for himself. However, he didn't notice that many people were paying attention to his expression. When they saw that he was moved, they immediately sighed. This is a precious unmanned meteorite. If he takes a fancy to it, does that mean it belongs to him? Don't worry about him. Just bid as usual. You make it sound so impressive. Why don't you make a bid? You only know how to bewitch others. You're the coward. Come and try me if you can. A spectacle appeared in the auction. Everyone was staring at the stone, but no one bid. He looked like a duck that was being held by the neck, which was very comical. Qing Zhu and the others all shook their heads speechlessly. Did he really think they were murderers? Lin Ling waited quietly for a moment. He also felt that something was strange, but after looking around, he realized what was going on. Laughing, he said, "I didn't take a liking to this treasure. If you want it, go ahead and bid for it. Also, don't treat us like villains. It was auctioned according to the rules." Who knows if you'll kill me and steal my treasures?" Someone shouted in a low voice. In fact, people were indeed afraid of this. After all, murderers dared to kill people in the Purple Wind Cave. Killing people and stealing treasures was nothing. "Nonsense, are we that kind of people?" Lin Ling shook his head speechlessly and scolded. "Previously, it was the Myriad Sea Clan who provoked us, so we killed them. If no one provoked us, why would we kill them?" "That's what you said." It seems that he really didn't take a fancy to the unmanned meteorite. Come, let's bid. 500 dragon stones." The scene became lively once again. Everyone was fighting over the treasures, and in the end, an old man obtained the treasures. Ironically, this old man was a middle-stage deity realm cosmos giant god, but he was still afraid of Lin Ling and the others. It was obvious that no one was stupid. In their opinion, Lin Ling and the others were not only powerful, but they could also kill people in the Purple Wind Cave without incident. In addition, they weren't afraid of the Myriad Sea Clan or the Silver Moon Clan. Therefore, people guessed that this group of people must have a strong background. TSK, it was sold for 5,000 dragon stones. Lei Gong suddenly said, "It's just a material. What if it's our final treasure?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling and the others were looking forward to it. Not long after, it was finally their Chu Wuzhu's turn. After the introduction of the Chu Wuzhu's function, the auction went silent for a while, but soon it became lively again. The fog could ignore all detection and divine abilities. This was a treasure that many gods had at the bottom of their chests. At a critical moment, it could save a life. The auction also stated that a certain method was needed to fully activate this kind of pearl. However, many gods were thinking that they must have a way to break this taboo. "I know. This is the treasure of the Chu family in the chaotic realm." Someone who was knowledgeable guessed the origin of this treasure. Then, he explained the status of this treasure in the Chu family, which aroused the interest of many people. Although the Chu family had a strong background, this was the Dao Tower. What was there to be afraid of? As for the Chu family's final treasure, this treasure was even more extraordinary. It would be strange if they did not buy it. As if a bomb had been ignited in the auction, people were in high spirits, and the price kept soaring. At the beginning, the price had reached 3,000 dragon stones, and every time the price was raised, it increased by 500 dragon stones. Lin Ling and the others were shocked to see the price soar, but they were all very happy. These guys pretended to be poor when they were auctioning ordinary treasures. Now that the final treasure is being auctioned, they are all taking out all their money. Lei Gong scolded them with a smile. After a long time, the Chu Wuzhu was sold for 10,000 dragon stones to a mysterious middle-aged man. After getting the treasure, this man left immediately, looking very mysterious. Obviously, he also knew that this treasure was the Chu family's final treasure, so he naturally wanted to leave this place immediately. Moreover, although the Chu Wuzhu would attract the attention of the Chu family, it was also a powerful life-saving trump card. No one would miss it. No matter if it was a human or a god, they only had one life. It was worth it to pay some risks to survive. 10,000 dragon stones was the highest price in today's auction. Tiske, I don't know who put this treasure up for auction, but in the blink of an eye, he earned 10,000 dragon stones. I'm so jealous. Yes, with these dragon stones, I guess my cultivation stage will be greatly improved. Many people were still thinking about the previous craziness. Lin Ling and young Master Ming looked at each other and smiled. These dragon stones were indeed enough for them to become stronger. There were 9 of them, so each of them could get 1,000 dragon stones. Then, several more final treasures were auctioned, and the auction was completely over. Lin Ling and the others hurried backstage. After waiting for a while, Lord Bai arrived and handed over 9,000 dragon stones, of which 1,000 were accepted by the auction house as commission. Lin Ling, the Silver Wind Clan and the Myriad Sea Clan are waiting outside the auction house. You must be careful. Chapter 5190. As they walked along the corridor, everyone looked solemn. They knew that a great battle was about to break out. They have been waiting for us for a long time. This time, I guess the Silver Moon clan is involved. Lei Gong suddenly said. Although he had prepared himself, he still felt uneasy when he thought of being besieged by the deity clan. Shangyi, Longyang and the others were silent, but they were looking at Lin Ling. This man had led them through many life and death situations. This time, they could only rely on Lin Ling. Lin Ling, what do you think? Young Master Ming asked with a smile. He looked indifferent. What's there to see? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He seemed to have noticed something. Then, he looked at Qingzhu and found that she was also smiling mysteriously. He instantly knew that she had noticed something. As they walked, there was a sea of people outside the auction house. Now, everyone in the Purple Wind Cave knew about Lin Ling and the others. They knew that something big was going to happen after the auction. Did that group of people leave? Not yet. Someone saw them just now. I don't know what kind of battle it will cause. That goes without saying. Those people can't fight against the deity clan. They are doomed. You didn't see him. He is an elder of the Million Sea tribe. His divine body is a tuna. He is extremely powerful and famous on the 6th level. That is Yin Chuangyu of the Silver Moon clan. He is a ray of moonlight from god ancestor Silver Moon. He is also very powerful. A series of discussions echoed in every corner of the place. At the entrance of the auction house, 2 groups of people stood there. Their auras were strong, but they were silent, which made the atmosphere very oppressive. Elders of the Million Sea tribe, have you found out the whereabouts of those people? Suddenly, a burly young man asked. On the myriad oceanic races side, an elder with a long beard and a walking stick said, "We still haven't found out where they came from, but we know that they're all very powerful. Not long ago, they killed our myriad oceanic race's myriad Earth. I've seen them fight with my own eyes, and I'm sure that most of them are martial saints. With such strength, no wonder he's so arrogant." The burly young man's expression turned cold. No matter what kind of strength you have, all of you will die here today. Yin Chuangyu said it. Of course. If we don't kill them, what dignity do we have left? The old man with the walking stick also nodded slightly. They continued to wait quietly. They weren't afraid that Lin Ling and the others would escape. After all, Lin Ling and the others couldn't escape. After a long time, a large number of figures finally appeared at the door. It was Lin Ling and the others. At this moment, the crowd outside the auction house fell silent. The 2 god clans stared coldly at Lin Ling and the others as if they wanted to imprint their faces into their hearts. "Elder, that white-haired man is the one who killed Chen Quan and Wan Zhong too." Someone from the Myriad Sea tribe pointed at Lin Ling. "Young Master, he's the one who killed Young Master Yin Chuangshi." Someone from the Silver Moon clan pointed at Young Master Ming. The 2 god clans had locked onto their enemies. "You're the one who killed 2 people from the Myriad Sea tribe." After a moment of silence, the elder from the Myriad Sea tribe spoke. He was holding a walking stick, but the walking stick had a powerful godly power that made people feel as if they were in the universe. Late-stage universe giant god. Lin Ling and the others were secretly shocked. They couldn't resist such strength at all. However, although they were shocked, their expressions didn't change. "So you're the one behind those 2 idiots?" Lin Ling nodded slightly. "Yes, I killed those 2 idiots. Is there a problem? How dare you be so stubborn after killing people from the Myriad Sea tribe?" The elder stomped his walking stick, his face full of murderous intent. If it weren't for the Silver Moon clan, he would have attacked long ago. Stubborn? Lin Ling sneered. They were already enemies. Was he supposed to be soft if he wasn't stubborn? He said disdainfully, "I'm stubborn. So what? You're bluffing." Hearing this, the eyes of the Myriad Sea tribe members were spitting fire, and their bodies were trembling. From this, it could be seen how furious they were. After all, they were the 12 god clans. They were the ones who bullied others. Now that they were being bullied, the other party dared to be so arrogant. "You're the one who killed my 9th brother, right? Tell me your name." At this time, Yin Chuangyu also spoke, his eyes fixed on young Master Ming. "Who's your 9th brother? I've killed countless people in my life. Who knows if I killed your 9th brother?" Young Master Ming wasn't a kind person. He didn't give face to the Silver Moon clan. How dare you be so arrogant? Yin Chuangyu was furious. My 9th brother was killed in the auction. You only need to say yes or no. So it's that idiot. So what if I did? Young Master Ming nodded, his face full of indifference. This group of people is indeed arrogant. It's just that they can't escape even if they have wings. Where did they get their confidence from? Everyone was shocked. That white-haired man was arrogant, and this evil-looking youth was also arrogant. If you're so capable, tell me your name. Yin Chuangyu asked again. He wanted to know the background of this group of seemingly arrogant but powerful people. Do you think I'll tell you just because you asked me to? Before asking someone, you should tell me your background. Young Master Ming replied disdainfully. How dare you speak so arrogantly after killing my young master? You've gone too far. Seeing young Master Ming's repeated provocations, someone from the Silver Moon clan couldn't help but attack. This person was a middle-stage deity universe giant god with a deity energy of 200 trillion. You're courting death. Unexpectedly, young Master Ming wasn't afraid at all. He stepped forward and waved his hand. 9 bronze doors appeared. The doors opened quickly, and tumbling dark wind blew out. Underworld. At this moment, the gods of the Silver Moon clan all reacted. Young Master Ming's strength was at the early-stage deity universe giant god level, but his deity energy was unimaginably strong. It kept expanding and enveloped the entire Purple Wind Cave. From 100 trillion, it kept increasing until it reached 150 trillion. This is deity energy. The gods of the Purple Wind Cave were all shocked. Early-stage deity universe giant gods usually had a deity energy of 100 trillion, and this was already considered good. Most of them hadn't reached 100 trillion, but this person had exceeded it by more than half. So strong? Not good. The god of the Silver Moon clan who attacked cried out in alarm. He felt the 9 bronze doors locking onto him, weakening his strength. This was the feeling of death. One weakened while the other strengthened. Young Master Ming's huge hand grabbed over. This wasn't something that the god could only resist. This huge hand was a huge skeletal arm, but it was like the hand of the god of the underworld, dominating life and death. It broke through the universe, pierced through countless deity energy, and suddenly grabbed that god of the Silver Moon clan.